Well, well, well. Here we go again. We put these high expectations on these quarterbacks, and everybody's always ready to crown them better than Dak Prescott, only for us to find out everybody else was right and we were wrong. But nevertheless, let's get it. Welcome, 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 Cowboy fans and Cowboy haters alike. I'm the G, and I'm the host of Let's Talk Cowboys, where we talk facts. And if you like this video, please don't forget to like, share, subscribe, hit that notification bell so you know the next time we post another video and go live. And we are live. And if you haven't become a channel member or subscriber yet, please do. We have a lot of great things coming up this season. Now let's talk facts. Man, I'm telling you, what is going on? I told y'all, we got to stop saying it's just the preseason. I know it's not the starters, but some of these players are starters. I know it's not the starters, but we're going to have to depend on some of these guys to help play. I'm telling us, we really got to look at this for what it is, man, and stop using the excuse that it's only the preseason. No, it's not an overreaction, it's a reaction. You don't hear other teams saying this stuff. And if we're just evaluating this team on face value and winning mano a mano, well, let's talk about it. Appreciate everybody coming in. We're gonna do a quick roll call because I want to say some things about during the halftime, and then we'll be ready by the time the second half start. But let's get a quick roll call in here. I appreciate y'all rocking with me. We got to talk tonight, Cowboys. Let's go. Let's get us a roll call going. You know, the Big Rombowski is in the crib. Big Rombowski said, Big Rombowski said lackluster is not the word I'd be using. Let's go. Justin Durham in the crib. He said, does anybody have faith in Joe Milton? Man, you got to tell me. Dak owns Filthy in the crib. Buddha in the crib. What's going on, Buddha? Hit that like button. He said, salute. Dominique Pittman in here. What's going on with you? Dominique Pittman said, Joe Milton fan club, y'all have got some explaining to do. Tell him, Dominique Pittman. Kroger's, what's going on with you? Yeah. Kroger's, I've been trying to tell people, man, this looks like, I'm not even going to call it Trey Lance 2.0, because I'm sorry, but Mike McCarthy had Trey Lance looking better than this. And this isn't a matter of vanilla play calling. No, Joe only has one pitch, fastball, that's it. Joe Milton only has one pitch, that's it. Blue Star Dallas TV in the crib, he said, Joe Milton, he said, my goodness, how we get the ball? And he gives the ball right back to Baltimore. See, I got some things to say, but I'm gonna keep going. Demetrius, what's going on with you? Good to see you. He said we traded a 5th round for him, so the coach just has to do his job and play him. Say it, Demetrius. Say it. The real Chris Danzler, what's going on? He said, roll call. Let's go. All right, let's get this thing going. Comedian Alabama up in this thing. What's going on with you? Comedian Alabama said he might as well be Joe Biden. Do your thing, boy. LaQueen, what's going on? She said, hey, G, Cooper showing out, man. LaQueen, it's a shame, man. Cooper Rush is a shame. Edward Frazier, he said, we seen enough of Milton. Run the ball. Shady McCoy started this whole Milton thing. Don't you forget about my favorite wide receiver of all time. Michael Irvin also said, Dak, don't get hurt. Yeah, all right, you right. Dak, don't get hurt. Dak, don't not get hurt. Lord Nova 85 in the crib, what's going on with you? Andre Kirkendorf, what's going on with you? Good to see you. April Showers, what's going on? Brian Davis, he said, okay, so Milton played himself out of a backup spot. He said he played himself out of a backup spot. Greer up next. I don't think Greer gonna be in. I don't think Greer gonna play today. But good to see you, Brian Davis, 6509. LaCourtney Wheeler, what's going on? John Henry in the crib. What's going on? Again, John Jones, Public Workers Union. What's going on with you? Good to see you. Public Workers Union. Joe Milton trash. Quinn Bowden in this thing. What's going on, Quinn? Jelly Two Guns. What's going on? Let me get a couple more in here. My sister from the beginning, Niecy in his crib. What's going on, Niecy? She said we allow it Rush to look like Brady. She said Bazooka Joe looking like a pop gun. Tell him, Niecy, looking like a pop gun up in here. Man. Kippy Gordon in the crib. What's going on? Lonnie Cabal in this crib. What's going on? Comedian Alabama. They had the ball in 6 minutes. It's terrible. It's terrible. Quentin Warner. What's going on? He said, when are we finally going to quit blaming players and blame Jerry Jones for not going out and get quality players? The backups and the rookies or whatever you call them are just not very good. Oh, Quentin Warner. Oh, I got some things to say about that. Boy, that's a loaded statement. Superman. He's what I try to tell you. Joe ain't it. I'm telling you, I got some things to say. Gwen Bowden, will be Dak back, no question. Oh, yeah. DME greatness in this thing. He said Joe Milton is garbage. He said, I'm starting to go ahead and slap everyone that said Milton will start over Prescott. Brian Worley in the crib, what's going on? Calvin Richard, what's going on? Appreciate that $2 super chat. He said at least Dak knows his job is safe. Oh, Dub, appreciate that $5 super chat. He said, I'm at the game now. Yes, sir. What's the atmosphere like up in there? 5 points of the star. What's good? Let's talk. Reginald Trudeau, what's going on? He said, I must say Philly's going to eat us alive. Well, I don't think they're going to eat us alive because I do believe we're going to look different with the starters. I do think we're going to look different with the starters. Again, Natalie, what's going on? Skippy Gardner. Now we're going to get this thing going. All right, we'll greet some more people as they come in. Let's get this thing started. So tonight our topics are going to be the halftime show. We want to talk about that real quick. We're going to quickly look at the box score defense, the box score offense, talk a little bit about Joe Milton, then we get into the second half. Brandy, what's going on with you? Mike 405 OKC up in here. Anthony B 1922, what's going on? So Garvin Smith, what's going on? Garvin Smith said Joe Milton just fired himself. Let's look at this Cowboys halftime show. I mean, this Cowboys box score. This is, I don't know what else to tell us. I tried to tell us on this thing with Joe Milton. And I asked this question the other day. And I'm telling us, Joe Milton is not getting exposed. Let me repeat. Joe Milton is not getting exposed. It's the people who talked about Joe Milton. Shame on y'all. Those are the people getting exposed. Those people who were arguing about the Buffalo Bill game that I tried to tell people the Buffalo Bills took the day off. It was the doggone New England Patriots who played themselves out of draft position. That's one of the reasons why I'm telling you that he got fired. Played himself out of draft position, going up in there, playing this game like their life depended on it, when the best thing you could have did was get beat, and everybody started harping, and I'm telling you, the Dallas media sometimes, I'm telling you, and I include content creators in that. When we want to get behind players, boy, we get behind these players, especially when it comes to trashing Dak Prescott. And everybody was talking about, oh, but how you giving this dude nicknames? Rocket Joe, Bazooka Joe. Shut up. Let's see what the dude is. He better than Trey Lance. Okay, we're going to have to really find that out because I'm sorry, but Trey Lance did look a little bit better than this. Trey Lance looked a little bit better than this. I mean, at least against the Raiders, we thought it was a threat. They kick out to the Cowboys. We'll talk about this as the game is going in the second half. But I am telling us, man, Joe Milton is not getting exposed. It's those people who talked about Joe Milton. Those are the people that's getting exposed. I already knew what Joe Milton was. He has not grown yet from his draft profile. I'm realizing why Joe Milton likes to go down the field. Because Joe Milton's short to intermediate game is not good. It's not good. That's why he goes down the field. He only has one pitch, fastball. That's it. I told y'all there's a difference between being an athlete or somebody that can throw the ball far and somebody that can play quarterback. Man, I don't want to hear about you can throw the ball 85 yards. What's the furthest you throw the ball? Dallas media eating it up. Ooh, 85. Now, I don't care if you can throw the ball 95 yards. Can you complete a 15-yard pass? Come on, man. This is crazy. All right, let's get into this second half. So let's see what happens. Second half, Brian Schottenheimer is going to try to, quote unquote, settle him down. But I don't know how you settle him down because you tried to settle him down in the first half with runs and rollouts and short passes. You did all those things for him. And he still didn't settle down in the first half. Okay, so let's see what happens in the second half. And let's also, I'm wondering, like, who's going to be out here for the Baltimore Ravens? Because that matters too. Incomplete pass to Jonathan Mingo. See, I'm telling y'all, man, we put too much pressure on these players. That ball was behind him. We put pressure on these players through the media. The media be hyping these dudes up. And do y'all know players like they follow the media? Do y'all really think that the players are not watching what the media is saying about them? Do y'all really believe that these players' family members don't see what the media are saying about them and then say, hey, Joe, they're talking about you as this, and this? It's shameful. Joe is not getting exposed. I'm telling y'all, this is not about Joe Milton to me. I already knew what Joe Milton was. This isn't about Joe Milton. This is about the Dallas media. This is about people out there talking about Joe Milton. Joe Milton hasn't been talking about himself. The people have. The media have. Man, Joe Milton needs a whole lot of work. And I said this a couple of days ago. Man, you trying to bring this dude up in here to say he's the backup quarterback for Dak Prescott is laughable. It's laughable. And the fact that Will Greer, that somebody is saying, I need to see what Joe Milton is. Well, doggone it, Brian, what else do you need to see? Have you not read his draft report? Have you not watched film on him before he got to Dallas? There's a reason why nobody else was willing to give up a 5th-round pick for Joe Milton. But we got to stop this stuff in Dallas, man. We have to stop this stuff. I thought he was an upgrade over. I thought he was an upgrade over Trey Lance. But man, I already started repeating on this a couple of days ago. This isn't even Trey Lance 2.0. Trey Lance looks farther advanced than Joe Milton. How much more does Brian Schottenheimer need to see? I don't understand it, and it don't make sense. It don't make sense. Let me get to some super chats, and then I want to capitalize on a couple of things that you guys are talking about in here. Hold on a second. Let me get these super chats. I appreciate all of them. Let's get this one right here. Quentin Warner, appreciate that super chat. Quentin Warner says, oh yeah, stop blaming coaches, start blaming an owner who is going to spend $350 million on a World Cup instead of getting his team right. Well, those two things are two separate things, but I can understand what you're saying to a degree. Our front line, I'm not worried. They did a great job of the front line. They did a great job with the edge rushers. I think a lot of the stuff that we're seeing, it looks really, really good. But I do think the Joe Milton thing, we're gonna revisit this with Joe Milton. But boy, I don't know. Is he really worth a fifth? R-Dub, appreciate the super chat. You're exactly right. I think the receivers are starting to get a little bit fatigued that, man, this dude can't get the ball to us. And meanwhile, we got Cooper Rush up in here looking like Tom Brady, like Nisi said. We got him looking like Tom Brady with 2 interceptions, and he's still looking like Tom Brady. But I'm telling y'all this. Players don't like to lose. Don't you think for a second that these players, while people are running around talking that this is just preseason? No, don't you think the players are thinking it's just preseason? Players are frustrated, I'm telling you. Players are frustrated. As we're looking in between plays, I do want to give a shout out to the Cowboys defense. The Cowboys defense have basically looked pretty good, I would say. Their offense hasn't done them their defense hasn't done them any favors. In actuality, the defense is what has kept us in this game. Man, what about the interception from Andrew Booth? You want to talk about somebody that needed that play? Nisi commented, she said that Booth is boofing. Man, Booth, that interception was great. That was a great interception. I mean, Cooper Rush throws it right to him, but the way he played it, it's like he baited him because he had been playing off the whole, the first series. He was bailing on the first series. He was not only 7 yards off, then he would bail. Got Cooper Rush a little too comfortable, didn't he? Tried to do that little out and up. Shoot, man, Booth set on that route, got it. Nice interception, pick 6. Man, that might be the play that helped them make the team. All right, Cowboys got the ball back again. And kind of looking at the box score, let me tell you, Damone Clark has looked great. Damone Clark has looked great, man. Damone Clark, 6 tackles. Keenan Hall has looked pretty good. He's got an interception. Shamar James, Andrew Booth has looked, man, when you talk about what Booth has looked like versus tonight, Booth, we can call him Booth tonight. He's looked pretty good. Let me tell you something. Y'all tell me what you think, but this doggone Jack Sanborn, whoo, man. Jack Sanborn looked good. Jack Sanborn was like flashing almost. Like I was like, man, if you took this dude number off, you would think that he could be related to Sean Lee. Man, Jack Sanborn's pursuit on defense it was fantastic. Fantastic. Jack Sanborn has looked really, really good. Also, just let me see, pointing out a couple of other people. I've kind of liked what I've seen from Kyrie Elam. Donovan Ezeraku, I think they're kind of sparingly playing him. But the defense, to me, for the most part, they've looked pretty good. The problem is the offense won't do them any favors. The offense won't do them any favors. And I do think that Matt Eberflus's defense is going to look even better when we get the starters in, because that bend, don't break defense, I told you already, you have got to have studs on that bend, don't break defense. If you don't have studs on that bend, don't break defense, it crumbles. It crumbles. And so you can tell, let's kind of look at the Ravens. When you look at the Ravens stats, I mean, look at Cooper Rush. Stock on Cooper Rush, man. This doggone Cooper Rush is out here with 20 of 30. 198 yards, 2 interceptions, and 1 touchdown. Rasheem Ali, 14 carries, 39 yards. Dearness Johnson, 6 carries, 36 yards. They have kind of gashed us on a couple of plays. The receiving is where they're really hurting us a little bit. Devontae Walker, he's leading them with 6 for 61. Anthony Miller, Daylon Wade, so forth and so forth. But when you look at the score being 18-7, the score could probably be higher. But the defense has really, if you just kind of look at them overall, they've done a pretty good job. Also, when I think about Joe Milton, when you look at the offense, Joe Milton, 2 of 8 for 14 yards. And it's not that he hasn't had guys open. He's just not connecting. You know what the crazy thing is about the Cowboys offense? Cowboys offensive line is doing a really good job to me. They're doing a really good job. Joe just is not helping them out. He can't connect on some of these throws. Miles Sanders, the run game has been pretty much non-existent, and I think one of the reasons is they can't run the ball at all. So the run game has been pretty non-existent. And I really would like to see Brian Schottenheimer maybe put in Will Grier, because I'm wondering if this offense is frustrated with Joe Milton. And because it don't look like the energy is there when Joe Milton is out there. It just don't seem like it's out there. But this offense has been, this offense has been terrible. We have 37 total yards. You can tell me that's preseason all you want to. I'm telling you, Brian Schottenheimer is frustrated right now. Because Brian Schottenheimer has talked up Joe Milton, and he can't connect. Man, he can't connect 4. Joe Milton can't connect 4, bro. An elementary kid can beat him in connect 4 right now. He can't connect with nobody. And right now, I mean, look at the time of possession. 25 minutes to 7 minutes. I mean, Brian really needs to consider, maybe even after this drive, man, Brian may need to consider, man, like, bro, maybe we bring in Will Grier to kind of get the energy of this entire team up. See, and this is what I'm telling you about Joe Milton. So he completes this pass to Jonathan Mingo down the field. I think he throws these long ones because these are the ones he can throw. These are the ones he can throw. Nice pass by Joe Milton. That was definitely some tight coverage. He threw that to Jonathan Mingo. Man, that was very, very tight coverage. Mingo was gonna have to make a play on that one. All right, let's see what he does down here. The deuce is loose. All right, let's see what we got here. Oh, we ain't got holding. Mingo hurt. Mingo hurt. It seems like for the most part, let me see. Yeah, I was about to say the Cowboys, for the most part, have done really well on penalties today. Oh, yeah, he got him. Yeah, they've done really well with the penalties overall. All right, 2nd and 19. Let's see what Joe could do on this one. Yeah, Brian is trying to get him a couple of completions here. He's got to go down the field on this one too. Man, do y'all know what is absolutely crazy as we've been looking at this game so far? Man, I'm wondering if Trayshawn Holden is even going to make the team. Reality Cowboy, he said Joe Milton looks like a beginner at the game of football. Yeah, man, he looks very green, bro. Looks very green. Aussie Cowboy, great observation. We can't get open, we can't catch, we can't tackle. Milton has no touch on the ball. Yeah, that's Milton's issue, man. He doesn't have a touch. He's got one pitch, fastball. Balls once and said if you can't run the ball, you can't win in the NFL. No, not long term. You're right. Not long term. Garvin Smith said he had the wrong sport. He need to go into arm wrestling. Quinn Warner said they gave up on Trey Lance too soon. You know the funny thing is about Trey Lance? Trey Lance turned the Cowboys down. Yeah, Trey Lance turned the Cowboys down. For sure. He turned them down. He wanted to bet on himself. Committee in Alabama, he said Lance was a number 3 pick, so compare Joe to him isn't saying much. I agree with you. But again, a lot of people were saying that he is an upgrade over Lance. I thought he was an upgrade over Cooper Rush. But again, with Trey Lance, it seems like Joe Milton 2.0 to me. Alex said Joe Milton first stats, 2 for 8, 14 yards, 0 touchdowns. It's crazy. 0 passer rating. Mark McLeod, and people saying Milton was going to take Dak's job. Stop it. And you know, the funny thing about Milton, if you're noticing, and this isn't a matter of he's not, there's pressure on him or players are not open. He's missing them when they're open. That's an issue. That's an issue. Comedian in Alabama said, let's talk about how Mozzie does nothing. Man, let me tell you something. Mozzie caused a stir. The Mozzie discussion on X was like crazy this week because a lot of people, one of the guys on X went back and looked at some film on Joe Milton. Not Joe Milton, Mozzie Smith, and was saying that Mozzie actually isn't that bad. And while I will agree with what he said, that Mozzie isn't that bad, I really don't think he is. But I do think if you're talking about having him as your primary one tech, I still think you're going to have some issues. I still think you're going to have some issues. I don't even know if he fits into the system. And I said that I don't know if people have ever considered that Mozzie just may not fit in these type of systems. I think he looked better with Zimmer last year, but he may not fit this kind of system that they're trying to get him to run. Yeah, I'm not worried about Ball Swanson. I'm not worried about the first team. I think they're going to be great. We just got to make sure they stay healthy. Because we got some work to do in some of these positions at the second level, man. We got some work to do. But for the most part, as far as the offensive line work goes, I thought the line protected for him really well. I did. Levin McMillan said, I'm not worried right now. It's preseason prayers. Dak doesn't go down there. That's what I'm saying, too. If Dak is healthy all year, I believe we'll be all right. We'll be better than all right. As long as Dak stays healthy all right, we're good. Levin McMillan, I'm with you. Told y'all to stop this stuff about Milton taking Dak's spot. Nisi said they should have kept Trey and brought him along as Dak's replacement. I agree. People forget how Rush was before that season. He won those games to keep us in the playoff run. Yeah. I really do think, though, the Cowboys should really consider bringing in Will Grier, because I would really like to see how this team responds when Will Grier is in the game versus Joe Milton. Yeah, 11. The first team, we're good. I'm good with the first team. My concern is some of these dudes are guys that are going to backup players, and we may need some of them. Comedian Alabama, he said, nobody's looked good to me. There's been some flashes. Damone Clark, again, man, Damone Clark's looked good. This has been a great game for Damone Clark. Jack Sanborn looked good. Hey, Tyler Booker looked good. Of course, Cooper Beebe looks so good. Cooper Beebe looks so good, we don't even talk about Cooper Beebe. We don't even talk about Cooper Beebe. Oh, we better get this dude signed. They're interviewing Tyler Smith. We better get this dude signed. It looks like tonight, too, they wanted to get a good look at Miles Sanders. I'm telling this, man, Phil Maffa may be further up this depth chart than people realize. I'm excited. I hope Phil Maffa, I hope they go ahead and move him up to the second back. I want him and Jaden Blue to start getting that work early so they can be a force down the stretch. I want them to let him get that work, let these guys get that work early. Reality Cowboy said, stop with the Dak replacement stuff. He said, no quarterback we have is near Dak's level. Nope. And was never going to get there. Yep. Exactly, Reality Cowboy. He said, stop the dumb stuff. Robert Dudley said, I think New England Patriots are PO'd because they got a lame duck Zeke. Comedian, again, we've done really well on penalties. Really, really good on penalties. That's a very good thing. Good on penalties. I do think there's been some flashes on defense. I just think the offense hasn't helped them out any. I think the defenses look pretty good. To me, they look pretty good for the most part. I think some of the defense's issue is just the fact the offense is not helping them out. None. None. Yeah, I think the goal line stand was very good, D's. What's going on with you? That was a great goal line stance. Robert Dudley said Cooper Rush is getting his motivation playing his old team. Man, yeah. Big cloud up in here, he said, and people were saying Milton was going to take Dak's job. Stop it. Man, Milton looked about 2 years off. Looney, I thought Shamar James looked good too. Mike said Coop's revenge game. Yeah. Nisi, I agree with you there too. Rush is still getting stuck in the red zone. Yeah. Yeah, Kroger, I'm telling you, man. When you start talking about these players, man, all you have to do is go look at their draft. Go look at their draft profile, man. These scouts don't be wrong on this stuff. These guys do extensive work. Go look at these guys' draft profile and look at how they're playing now versus their draft profile. And so if you see the same thing that's on the draft profile, they haven't improved. 5 point. And I think they have been running the ball. They tried to run it more, but the problem is if you can't advance the ball running, now they're just like, okay. And you think about this, 5 point. They're already saying right now, Joe only has one ball. The fastball. That's it. That's it. One ball. That's it. No more. Quentin Warner, boy, yeah, that time of possession is crazy, ain't it? Demetrius, he said, G and AOC should do a deep analysis of all the sports analysts that was hyping up Joe, saying he's better than Dak. Boy, they would run me and AOC out of this thing, man. Boy, they run us out of this thing. Because they know it's true. This is why I'm saying it, and I'm not saying this in a bad way. But I'm saying Joe Milton is not getting exposed. It's the people who continue to hype this man up. That's who's getting exposed. How many times have y'all heard me say, I wish people would leave Joe Milton alone? Including Brian Schottenheimer. I wish Brian Schottenheimer would leave him alone, as in stop saying, man, I haven't seen nobody that can throw a ball like Joe Milton. I've been around other than Brett Favre. Stop it, Brian. Stop always coming to this guy's offense. To his defense. I'm not saying you shouldn't come to his defense, but you don't have to just overhype him. Nobody's saying you need to lose confidence in Joe Milton. Just understand what Joe Milton is. And you don't have to go out of your way to talk about Joe Milton all the time. Like he's got a fragile ego. Man, these people all hyping this dude up, man. Just stop hyping him up. Mikey, I would love to see Will Grier come in because I want to see what the demeanor of the team is like. What is the body language? Because Cam Newton mentioned this. Cam Newton said that the players watch these guys play and these guys react. And the players kind of know some of this stuff. And so I'm just wondering, what are the players feeling like? Because you got to imagine how the wide receivers are feeling. Man, I'm out here trying to make this doggone team, and this dude can't even connect it. He can't connect the pass. Let me read some more comments in here and let's see. Reality Cowboys said, Joe Milton just started to play football. Man, he has no experience either. Nisi said they didn't stick to the run after Sanders was doing his thing. Is this Mike McCarthy's preseason playbook? Nisi, I'm telling us. I've been saying this. I dissected this long before people talked about it, Nisi. Don't let Brian Schottenheimer fool you. When you look at Brian Schottenheimer running in 2018, it was because when you look at his personnel says, run it. They only had Tyler Lockett. But when he got DK Metcalf in 2019, go check the stats in 2019 and 2020. Russell Wilson started putting that ball in the air, and that's when people start saying, let Russ cook. Brian likes to throw the ball. He does. Doesn't mean he's not going to run it. But if people think he's going to be going 50-50, 55-45, I think at this point, man, if we got 60-40, that'd be, 60-40 would be incredible. But when you look at the Cowboys personnel, their personnel is probably going to be the best personnel that Brian Schottenheimer has ever had his hands on offensively. It is going to be the best personnel he's ever had. CD, George Pickens, Turpin. And we're going to talk about this number 3 wide receiver spot. Man, this number 3 wide receiver spot is a lot closer than we may think. This 3rd wide receiver spot for the Cowboys is going to be a problem. And the issue is we don't know if this is, well, we do know it's a Joe Milton issue. So you think about tonight. What wide receiver got to showcase themselves? What wide receiver tonight can come out of this game? What wide receiver can come out of this game tonight and go, I've improved my stock on this team? Jonathan Mingo with 1 catch? Boy, this is crazy when you think about it. I want y'all to imagine this. Let's look at this next play here. The Ravens are driving, throws it away. I want y'all to look at this right here real quick on this box score. How you feeling right now? How you feeling right now if you Ryan Flanoy? How you feeling right now? You're Jalen Tolbert. Where in the world is Trayshawn Holden? Is Trayshawn Holden injured or something, or did they hold him out this game? Because the big talk has been the fact, okay, so if the Cowboys are keeping 5 wide receivers. Now, a lot of people keep counting Kevontae Turpin. You don't have to count Kevontae Turpin. Kevontae Turpin has a spot on special teams, so we don't even have to worry about reserving a spot for him at wide receiver. We already know he's going to play wide receiver too. But he also gives you the ability to take a player in another position that you may want to take extra. But again, imagine if you're a wide receiver tonight. You're a wide receiver tonight, and these are the stats. How you feeling? Jeanette Rogers, what's going on? How you feeling if you're a wide receiver right now? How you feeling? There has literally been 6 passes completed. How you feeling right now? This is game number 2. You trying to make this team. The Cowboys are going to keep how many wide receivers? Let's say the Cowboys are going to keep 5 wide receivers. Well, you already got a problem. George Pickens, CeeDee Lamb. So now you're down to either 3 or 4. Who are the 3 or 4 receivers? Who are the 3 or 4? You got Jonathan Mingo, Ryan Flournoy, Jalen Tolbert, Jalen Cropper. You got Jalen Brooks, and you got Trayshawn Holden. Who is not making the team? Who's not making the team? And I'm gonna tell you right now, I don't think the Cowboys can sneak Trayshawn Holden onto the practice squad. If I'm not mistaken, don't you cut him first, and then you can put him on the practice squad? Because I don't think Trayshawn Holden is going to be on the practice squad. There are some teams out there in this league right now. If they've seen just a glimpse of Trayshawn Holden, and I'm sure they have, I don't see how Trayshawn Holden can be on the practice squad for the Cowboys. But again, who are you going to keep? You only got 3 spots. If you do 4, so you got Mingo. I think they'll keep Mingo because they spent a 4th round on him. So I think they'll keep Tolbert because Tolbert is in a contract year, and they drafted Tolbert. So that's what, 4 wide receivers. So you're keeping 5 or 6. So it's down to Flournoy, Cropper, Brooks, and Holden for either 1 or 2 spots. Who gets them? And based on what we've seen the last 2 weeks, you don't have a good picture to look at of, like, you can't even really say what they've done in the games because the opportunities have been terrible. Boy, I'm telling you, if I was a wide receiver right now, I'd be feeling some type of way. I see Will Greer on the sideline over there. Maybe they're just showing him and he's not going to play. But I'm sorry, Will Greer needs to play. I want to see what this team looks like with Greer. I do. And the reason why I want to see it is I want to see what the energy looks like and the command of the offense looks like when Will Greer steps in there. Do they get the ball moving? RC Cowboy, he said the same thing. He said, I need to see Greer. I want to see him too. My man, Skeptical Fan. Boy, Skeptical Fan, you're going to be, hey, Skeptical Fan, don't be skeptical at this point. All we've been looking at is our backups. I think our starters look way better. But it is a little bit concerning because some of these guys I think are going to have to contribute. Skeptical Fan said Milton's trash. He says there's no point in playing him anymore. And they still playing him. So we're still playing him. Yeah, RC Cowboy said, I'm sorry, but the edge run gap integrity is not there. Yeah, that inner part of run, they ran through the interior of the Cowboys line, if you ask me. Miles looked good. Miles. Okay, help me out, Nisi. Help me out, Miles. Give me the, you got to refresh me on the whole name on that one. Now, see, I want you to think about this. Now, I'm thinking that also, as Milton is kind of getting warmed up, we gotta look at the other part too. The Baltimore Ravens are putting in 3rd stringers too, I'm pretty sure by now. Boy, Edward Frazier is tripping up in here. Let me read these couple real quick. Robert Dudley says, so we lost good Trey Lance for Joe Milton. Nisi said the energy of the team is a lot higher this week. They aren't playing lazy. Yeah, I think the defense, Nisi in particular, I think the defense was very energized. Very energized. I was actually happy with what I saw with the defense. I thought they just, I thought the defense looked good. I just think the offense didn't do them any favors. I mean, when you think about the fact that these dudes had 25 minutes of 25 minutes of clock time versus 5 minutes. Of course, the defense is not going to continue to look good. They're just wearing them out. Edward Frazier got me laughing up in here. Edward Frazier said Holder should take Milton's spot. Oh, he said he should take Milton's spot. Holland Randolph said, do you miss Trey Lance? Skeptical fan said, put Will Greer in so we can see who we have on offense. I want to see Will Greer because I want to see how does the offense move and also the energy of the offense. Now, Brian Davis, I can give you credit on this. I'm going to agree with you on this. The offense is not designed for Milton. But here's where I'm going to disagree with you. Brian Davis, it's not because of the offense not being designed for him that he's missing wide open wide receivers. Joe Milton is missing wide open wide receivers. He missed them last week, and he's missing them worse this week. This was supposed to be a progression week. He looked better last week than he looks this week. He looked better in last week than this week. There's supposed to be progression. Joe Milton isn't having a system problem. No, Joe Milton is missing guys. He's just missing them. I'm with you. No, this system isn't for him. It isn't designed for him. But it's also designed for the quarterback to complete easy passes. He's just not completing easy passes. That's his problem. Skeptical fan said just one time, I would love to have all quarterbacks give one another competition. Yeah, you'd have to have somebody that can compete with Dak is the problem. Robert Dully, he said, gee, you said Milton looked great against Buffalo, second and third string players last year, but what did the front office think? Hey, but Robert Dudley, let's put another caveat in there. A lot of people don't realize it, Robert Dudley. Buffalo literally took the week. They took that week off. They treated it as a bye week. Buffalo literally treated that game as a bye week. And they were not playing to win. They were playing not to get hurt. Anybody who played, they were basically playing not to get hurt. It was New England who started playing like they're playing for a playoff game. Man, I'm telling you, how in the world do you come out there and play yourself out of a draft pick? That's insane to me. The Big Rombowski, great. A rookie head coach that's concerned about the feelings of his backups. Quinn Warner, he said, gee, I believe Holden will play Friday night against the Falcons. Defensive tackle is a mess. Quinn Warner, we have got to get that one tech fixed. We have got to get that one tech fixed. It's not stable. And that don't mean that Mozzie can't play. Two things can be right. Mozzie can play. Mozzie just might not be able to play the one tech. Kid said Dallas wish they had Jackson Dart. He's making his coach look good. We're gonna see what it look like when he go. We're gonna see what it look like in that regular season. But yeah, Jackson Dart has looked good in the preseason. He looked real good. I'll give it to him. Pickett Pop said the cancer in this locker room is diabolical. I don't know about the locker room having a problem. I mean, I don't know anything about that. Because again, I think their Cowboys' first line is going to be great. I think they're number one. I think their first team offense is going to be great. We just need to continue to pray for health. We just got to continue to pray for health. And I am very interested to see what Matt Eberflus's defense looks like with all the starters playing. Because I did see some flashes tonight to where I'm thinking like, with the linebacking play of this team, with the linebacker play of this team, and Matt Eberflus is the linebacker whisperer, and maybe that's why Matt, you never know. Matt may not be as concerned about this one tech as we are. He may not be as concerned because, again, his defenses are predicated on the three tech, and predicated on those linebackers playing behind those defensive tackles, roaming east to west, and they're being a part of the run stopping. He may not see this as a big deal. He may not see it as a big deal. Robert Dudley, I'm telling you, boy, Jack Sanborn to me looked great. Damone Clark, 6 tackles, looked great tonight. He looked great. Yeah, he looked great. Them boys for life. What's going on? Gregory Carpenter said they let Cooper go for Joe, and he can't even run. Most fans hate Dak and wanted Joe over Dak. Yep. Nice catch, Jalen Brooks. Nice throw. Fastball, though. Fastball, but nice catch and throw. Nice. See, I think if Joe was the starter, you'd have to totally change up the offense for Joe. You'd have to do a lot of this type of stuff. You'd have to do a lot of the rollouts. I mean, you'd have to do a whole lot of this type of stuff with Joe. Gabe Guerrero said, gee, you're preaching to the choir. This is who Joe Milton is, a 6th round pick. Like Drake says, what did I miss? Gabe, hey, this is exactly what I was saying. People hype this dude up, but I'm telling you, he's not the one. He's not the one getting exposed. It's the people that were hyping him up. They're the ones getting exposed. See, and again, you see this last pass he threw to Josh Kelly. Again, this is Joe Milton's problem. He's got one speed, fastball. And whenever he doesn't throw a fastball, what he does is he tries to not step into a throw and just tries to just throw it with just no twist, no feet, and just tries to throw it or lob it, and then it's short. He did this some last week too. What Joe is missing is touch. And you know the real strange thing to me about Joe Milton? Y'all tell me what y'all think. But Joe Milton to me has not looked as quick in the pocket on his feet as people say he is. Because one thing I can tell you about Trey Lance, boy, Trey Lance in that pocket, man, Trey Lance had some feet on him. If Trey Lance said he was going to run or whatever he's going to do, no, Trey Lance got out there. You don't see that with, I don't think Joe's feet, I don't think he runs as good as Trey Lance. I really don't. I don't think he runs as good as Trey Lance. Trey Lance could run. Trey Lance had feet. And people talk about Joe Milton's, the way he moves around the pocket. I don't think he moves around the pocket as good as Trey Lance did. Y'all tell me what y'all think. You're entitled to your opinion. I don't think he moves around like Trey Lance. Trey Lance moved like really, really good. He did. Robert M., what's up? Robert M. said, wow, Rush looks good against second and third string is hilarious. Ever since the 37-yard pass for the whole game against Philly, I was too happy to say goodbye. Me too. I'm agreeing with you on that. That's why it's a travesty that this dude had. That's why it's a travesty what this dude had. Nisi said, I agree, G. Let Will in so the wide receivers can get their reps. Nisi, for real. See, this is where I'm getting a little perturbed with Brian Schottenheimer, Nisi. This is where I'm getting a little perturbed. Do y'all realize we did this same bull junk last year? Not as severe, but we did this same bull junk last year. Last year, we made the entire preseason about Trey Lance. Everything was about Trey Lance. Let's see what Trey Lance is. Trey Lance. We're going to give him all these reps because we don't want to see what Trey Lance is. Trey Lance. You can't make the entire offense about seeing what Trey Lance is when you got wide receivers out there who are trying to make the team on a stacked wide receiver room. What? No, bro. Hey, man. Nah, man. And this is where I start to wonder. Is this Jerry Jones? Is this Jerry Jones telling Brian we gave up a 5th-round pick? We got to be right on this because no one else was willing to give up a 5th-round pick. No one else was after Joe Milton. We got to be right on this. We got to give the illusion that Dak's successor is on the team. We got to do this. Or is this the arrogance of Brian Schottenheimer, who thinks maybe he's a quarterback whisperer and that he can make any quarterback good? Which one is it? What is it? A little bit perturbed because why are you making the offense in the preseason about Joe Milton? There are other guys out there on offense. There are other guys out there on offense. They want to get reps in. They want to catch the ball. They want to show what they can do in the open field. They want to catch those long passes like Jonathan Mingo that he's missed quite a few of now in the last 2 games. You can't make the entire offense about one player. That's crazy to me. That's crazy to me. Y'all tell me what you think. You're entitled to your opinion on this. You know I'm not gonna get mad. But this is crazy to me. We did the same stuff last year. We made the entire preseason about seeing what is Trey Lance. Bro. It don't make sense to me. Joe Milton right now is 9 of 18, 122 yards. 9 of 18. At what point in the game do you finally say, Joe, we've seen enough? We've seen enough. I mean, how much more of Joe do you need to see tonight? Y'all tell me. Maybe I'm missing this. Maybe I'm missing this point. How much more of Joe Milton do we need to see tonight? We've seen enough. I'm sorry. 3 quarters is enough. 3 quarters is enough. RC Cowboy, he said, I'm proud of the defense. 18 points in 3 quarters, and our offense is barely a 10-minute possession. Again, I'm telling you, I think the defense has played pretty good tonight. I think their issue is the offense hasn't helped them out any. The defense has actually helped out the offense, if I'm not mistaken, with what, 2 turnovers? They've actually helped the offense out with 2 turnovers. They've helped out the offense. The offense isn't helping out the defense any. They haven't. And again, it's crazy to me that we're doing the same nonsense we did last year. You cannot make an entire you can't make an entire preseason, an entire training camp preseason about, we got to see what Joe Milton. Brian, you can't sell us this no more, man. You can't sell us. I'm sorry. Will Greer should actually get the entire game the next game. Brian can't sell us again that we need to see what Joe Milton is. He looks worse than last week. It's crazy. It's crazy. I'm just telling you. Mario said, really like a Mingo play. I've been wanting to see Trayshawn, but the others haven't been showing up. I'm wondering where is Trayshawn holding tonight? I wonder if they decided not to let him play. I don't know. I hadn't seen him tonight. Quentin Warner said, yeah, I have some concerns with our D tackle. Oh, yeah, no doubt. And cornerback, even with our first team. We have a defensive line full of defensive ends. We're going to be able to rush the passer. That worries me. Moves has to be made. Those dirty Eagles will run the ball on us. Let's fix it. So what I'm thinking, Quentin Warner, is I'm thinking the Cowboys are going to see who starts to cut who in week 2. I believe the Cowboys are going to bring in a 1-tech. I do. I believe they're bringing in a 1-tech. I think they're going to bring in a 1-tech, and I think they're going to bring in a cornerback. Boy, he just trucked. He just trucked somebody down there. Who is that? Man, they better go check on number 39. Boy, he got trucked. So we're down to the 10-minute mark. And again, It just makes me wonder, man. I mean, I'm just wondering, how do these guys feel? I would love to know how these guys feel. Nice tackle. Nice tackle. Nice tackle. I just wonder how this group of guys feel right here. You already know there's only going to be, what, maybe 3 spots? And if you count the fact that Tolbert, let's go, have this to the goal. Wait a minute, we on defense still. Wait a minute, I didn't want that penalty. Man, this is another guy that a lot of people are high on, this Justin Barron kid. A lot of people are high on Justin Barron. Might turn into a practice squad guy. Now I'm gonna tell y'all what y'all tell me what y'all seeing. I'm gonna tell you what I think. I'm gonna tell you what I'm seeing. So now we're at a point in the game where I believe the Cowboys are just saying the heck with this stuff. Man, let me tell y'all. I don't care what anyone says. You can tell me it's preseason all you want to. These guys have played football their entire life. You are not going to find hardly any players from Little League to the pros. I don't care if you tell them we're having 7-on-7s, 5-on-5s. I don't care if you tell them it's practice. Do y'all think they want to lose? Do y'all think these players want to lose? See, we watch this stuff talking about it's only preseason. You think these players want to lose? Do y'all think that these players are actually out here saying, oh, it's no big deal, it's 27-13? Do y'all really think they're out here saying this? This is why I be laughing at people when they're talking about, oh, man, don't read too much into. Man, Brian knows himself. Brian knows himself. All these coaches know themselves. Bro, you can tell us all day long this is preseason. There are guys out here playing, and they are playing for a career. And they want to win. They want to be out here making big plays in the preseason. Y'all think Joe Milton? Do y'all think Joe Milton actually wants to be 9 for 18? Y'all actually think he want to be 9 for 18? Y'all actually think he's okay with 9-18 and 1 interception, and somebody saying, oh, it's just preseason, we're just learning Joe Milton. Man, you can tell me anything you want to. Joe Milton in his own right mind shouldn't feel good about that. Joe Milton in his own mind shouldn't feel good about that. And these players, I'm telling you, this 28-13, what we're watching, I believe we are watching a team that is tired and saying, bro, our offense can't execute. Our offense can't execute. We're getting worn out as a defense because our offense is not helping us out. They can't execute. And I understand, I understand Brian isn't running all his plays. He might not be running all his plays. But those players going up against second team and third team, it's not looking good, man. Players don't want to lose. I believe these guys are like, man, get out of here. Let's get out of here, man. Let's get out of here. I wouldn't be surprised this game they finish up like 35-38. Cowboys, I'm telling you, I believe the Cowboys need to put in Greer. I do. Niecy, is it not crazy that Cropper plays good every preseason and now they talking about, and I agree with you, Cropper's going to be on the practice squad. And I forgot to mention his name. He's going to be on the practice squad. Mario says he thinks Trayshawn has a spot. The guys today, with the exception of Bingo, are playing for the last spot. CD, Pickens, Mingo, Tolbert. If you think Trayshawn Holden, that's 5. Then That means that the Cowboys may be playing for they may be playing for a sixth spot as far as the wide receivers go. We'll see. I think they're going to try to sneak some of these guys on the practice squad, but I don't think it's going to work. I don't think it's going to work. I don't. Cowboys got some, man, I'm telling you. If there's a couple, the Cowboys are actually loaded to me in a couple of places in particular, defensive end and wide receiver. And I really believe that if the Cowboys really wanted to improve this team, finally Brian said enough is enough. Thank you. Enough is enough. Let's see what Will Grier does now. Let's see what the energy look like with Will Grier in here. I'm telling y'all Will Grier can play, man. I'm telling y'all Will Grier can play. Will Grier comes right down the seam. Will Grier comes right down the seam with a beautiful throw. Right down the seam. Right down the seam. The real Daryl, what's up? He said, what is the plan for the final preseason game? He said it cannot be to evaluate Milton. None of the wide receivers had a fair opportunity this pressing to succeed and fail. Real Daryl, you know what I hope the plan is? Let Will Grier play the whole game. Man, I'm telling us, if Brian Schottenheimer has not seen enough to know what Joe Milton is now, well, I'm sorry, he ain't gonna never see enough. He ain't gonna never see enough. No, let Will Grier get in here and let these wide receivers get out here and perform. Yeah, let these wide receivers get out here and get some doggone reps, man. Let them get out here and get some reps, man. Gabe said Michael Parsons is not even in football shape yet with less than 3 weeks to go. Jerry basically admitted he's doing Michael dirty to hype Cowboys. You know what? I don't know if it's all about the hyping up the Cowboys. I think there are some personal issues going on with Jerry and David Mulugeta, and I don't even know if this is as much about Michael Parsons as it is about David Mulugeta. But the Cowboys have got enough edge rushers. I think they'll be fine. I think they can just work Michael Parsons back in. They'll sign him. Y'all tell me y'all didn't think Solomon Thomas was Dak Prescott when y'all first glanced. They need to check this man's DNA. They need to check this man's DNA, man. Now, Michael be fine, Gabe. Trust me. If there's one place the Cowboys is loaded, it's the defensive end on the edge rusher position. They can just work him in. He'll be fine. I think he'll be fine for real. Man, hey, Betsy, I'm hoping that Mingo is not hurt. I hope he is not hurt for real. Jason White, I hope the coaches have seen enough milk. I'm with you, Jason White. I'm with you, man. I hope they've seen enough the whole preseason. If you let this dude play next week, man, let him play a quarter, man. Let Will Grier play 3 quarters, man. Let Will Grier play 3 quarters. Them boys says Grier hasn't been visible much at all this camp in his preseason. The coaching staff is doing this on purpose. For sure. They're doing it on purpose. For sure they're doing it on purpose. Edward Frazier, I agree with you. Turpin is wide receiver 3. Turpin is wide receiver 3 / He's not going to play wide receiver 3 the whole time. Tolbert is the wide receiver 3, I believe. I think Tolbert is still wide receiver 3. I think Tolbert is wide receiver 3 / Turpin. It'll be Tolbert and Turpin. And then I'm thinking it'll be Mingo. And then we'll see if it's Trayshawn Holden at the end of that. Trayshawn Holden may be the one. Him and Flournoy may be the other 2. But, boy, the Cowboys got some serious decisions to make. I'm just telling you. They do. Nisi, it's about time that Maffia's in the game. All right, so the Cowboys had a turnover. Okay, let me make sure. Was that a fumble? Okay, they got a strip on. It look like they got a strip on Will Grier. All right, look like they got a strip on Will Grier. I'm not tripping on that. Yeah, I'm telling you, man, next week I would give Will Grier at least 3 quarters. I would. Edward Fraser, I'm going to tell you this. If the Cowboys try to put hold on that practice squad, he ain't going to make it. I don't think Trayshawn Holden will make it to the Cowboys practice squad if they try to get him on there. I don't think he'll make it. I don't think he'll make it at all. Gwen said Joe Milton has a one-track man. All he good for is all them backflips. He's just got one speed. He's just got a fastball. All right, looks like a nice touchdown. Brian Davis, I'm telling you, I think I'm Brian, man, I'm struggling with this either way. Because it seemed like to me that somebody's like, hey, man, we can't be wrong on Joe Milton. We gave up a 5th. Because, boy, I mean, how much do you need to see on this? How much do you need to see? I just wonder if Brian was really doing this. Would Brian be doing this? Man, I'm struggling hard, Brian Davis. Boy, I'm struggling. Quentin Warner, appreciate that super chat. Okay, Quentin Warner said, G, you can now have 16 practice squad players and 1 international player that does not count towards the 16. Okay, you know what, though? My question is, don't they have to first cut them and then they put them on the practice squad? And even guys on the practice squad can just flat out be plucked from other teams' practice squad if they want to sign them to the 53-man roster. I mean, sure. Man, Trayshawn Holden might be good enough that somebody might be looking at Trayshawn Holden saying, man, we want this dude on the 53. Somebody might want this dude on the 53. Nice hit. Demetrius, he said the problem with the Cowboys is there's too much focus on the starters when we should be filling out the team. That's why I want to trade. Hey, don't say that to too many people, Demetrius. He says that's why I want to trade Micah. Our first line of let me tell you, if our offense stays healthy, nobody better stop us. I think if our defense stays healthy, we'll be really good. But I really do think, and I agree with you with this, Demetrius, man, we got to really get these doggone backups on point. Nisi said they have to stop the politics and focus on football. It seems like there's a little bit of politics being played here. Brian said, I think that this is Jerry more than Shoddy, but that's just a guess. Hey, Brian, I'm with you. This seems a little too much to me, Brian. It seems like this is like, well, this is somebody saying, nah, man, we got to make sure that this dude is what he. They've been done seen enough of this dude early in the after the first half. I thought they had seen enough. Nisi said, if you want to get paid, come to Dallas. If you want a ring, go elsewhere. Nisi, I'm praying we change that. Brian said, I'm on the Milton bandwagon, but dang, this is tough to defend. Yeah, Brian, again, he needs work, man. He just needs work. They don't need to be selling him like he's the next greatest thing in Dallas. No, let's just keep working with him. Leave this dude alone. Stop trying to, every time he throws a pass in practice or training camp, every time he does it, they just, Milton, Rocket. How do you get a nickname as a backup? Come on, man. These people wrong. I'm sorry, they wrong for this. But again, he'll be okay. He's just going to have to, I think he's going to need a couple years of work. Okay, Nisi said Holden is on the field. Okay. Comedian Alabama. No, I'm rolling with Joe. I'm rolling with Shotty. Shotty Comedian Alabama, you know what Shotty's about to learn? All the notes that Shotty took, all the stuff he says in his press conference, all these great things that we like about Joe. Joe is going to learn like many of us do. The test is different than the notes. You don't really know what the tests are going to be. You take the notes and you just hope that everything from the notes are on the test. But sometimes you take notes and man, it's just, and then you get in that test, you're like, wait a minute, hold on a second. This wasn't even on the, this is a question, it's similar to a question that it was in the notes, but it's not the exact question. So he's just gonna find out like a lot of people do, man. A lot of things are easier said than done. You can say a whole lot of things. And you can say what you even know. But you just don't always know every single situation. Now I'm rolling with Shotty. He says the right things. Now we just got to give him the opportunity to go through some things and see if he does the right things. Now he got a long way to go. Now I'm giving Shotty a man. I'm not even jumping up the bandwagon in a year. He's here now. I think even Shotty is kind of like, man, when I get my starting offense out here, I'm gonna show y'all some stuff. Shoot, Shotty said, when I get my starting offense out here, I'm gonna tear this league up. Yeah, he gonna look different. I think when he comes out with the starters, he gonna look different. And I think even the starters have this attitude. I think the starters are even like, nah, man, we ain't worried. Starters are like, nah, man, we ain't worried. We gonna get out there and show y'all what this thing's supposed to look like. So I'm not worried about him either. But I am saying we need to be very careful about trying to anoint Joe Milton as the backup quarterback. I mean, y'all tell me what y'all think. I mean, if the Cowboys are really serious about making a run, maybe they should go out and try to find the best quarterback available in the next couple of weeks. I mean, I'm just saying, just keep trying to improve the team the best way that you can. Will Greer had him a free play. He said he was going at it too. Robert M. said ownership and coaching staff fell in love with the illusion of talent as opposed to consistent results. Yes, sir. Accountability matter. I agree. Adopted son, what's up? Should do it. Adopted son, I'm telling you. If adopted son, this ain't even about talent, adopted son. Man, let me tell you, this dude Malik Davis, man, the Cowboys might ought to consider letting him stay in the running back room. Malik Davis has been coming out running like, hey man, I need a job. That's how I want you to run. Shoot, Malik Davis running like I need a job, bro. Adopted son, man, let me tell you something. If you think people tripping over Joe Milton, we couldn't have handled Shedeur Sanders in Dallas. We couldn't have handled him. The fan base would have went crazy. Lee Time said they feel like they're developing a future quarterback is the highest priority. This is the front office trying to lock in another high potential talent for a 4th or 5th round pick like that. Man, let me tell you something. These boys need to just, get that man killed. Greer getting that man killed. One thing I can tell you, they letting Greer light it up, ain't they? They letting that boy Will Greer light it up, boy. My man Daniel Hill, my right-hand man, what's going on? Joe Milton, Royal Security said Milton straight trash. Comedian, I'm with you. I want to see players who trying to make the team. Me too. Okay, Will Greer steps up. Go for it on 4th down. Gwen Bowden said, I see the Cowboys are trash. They really ticking me off. Gwen Bowden, don't worry about it. This is only the 2nd team and 3rd team. The 1st team, and I'm just gonna tell you right now, we pretty top heavy, y'all. We pretty top heavy. We pretty top heavy. So we got to make sure, man, health is going to be a top priority for this team. Top priority. All right, getting a little. Joe Milton is. Looks like the Baltimore Ravens are ready to get up out of here. Joe Milton. I'm sorry, Joe. Will Greer's getting them on the snap counts. Now, Justin Durham, this is by design. They're not trying to show a whole lot. But I think the issue is, even with the whole lot they're not showing, man, it's the execution is terrible. Nah, Lewis Bailey, he's not the answer. Danny Dallas Cowboys Laker, what's going on? He said, let's trade Milton back to the worst team, the Patriots. Man, Justin Durham. He said we should have kept Cooper Rush. Cooper Rush is saying that right now, probably. Robowski said Milton is bench, and he came here thinking he could compete for Dak's starting spot. He probably still think he's worthy of Dak's QB1 spot too. Man, they be really hyping this dude up, man. I'm telling you. Milton will be all right. They just need to keep Milton will be okay. He just needs a couple of years. Yeah, he needs a couple of years. He definitely needs a couple of years. But we definitely got to stop making these off seasons about these quarterbacks and stuff, man. That's not what we're supposed to be doing. No, this is about everybody. Yeah, they're talking about it right now. They're talking about it right now on the broadcast. I'm sure you can hear it. He's talking about how they basically given, it's crazy to me. It's crazy to me to get the majority of the snaps as the quarterback, and then they come out and tell you you're the third string quarterback, because they just made the point up in the booth. They have literally given Joe Milton every opportunity to basically be the second quarterback. They're giving him almost all the snaps. And then we expect Will Greer to step in here after getting no snaps all in practice and barely anything in the game last week. And then hey, Will, come in here now and sling it all over the park. But again, y'all remember this. Everybody's going to give Brian Schottenheimer the benefit of the doubt, because Brian Schottenheimer is setting up something that he needs to be very careful of. Brian Schottenheimer has told us over and over and over, we're going very vanilla. We're not going to show anything. We're just evaluating our guys. Don't put a whole lot into the preseason. He's told us all those things. The Cowboys better come out against the Eagles. And I'm not saying they have to win, but they better blow the doors off the Eagles in some respects. They better put up some serious points, because Brian better unleash some stuff that we haven't seen against the Eagles. Brian Schottenheimer better come out this playbook like boom, bam, boom. Okay, that's what we were looking for. He said we were looking vanilla. We were looking vanilla in the preseason. Shoot, boy, you better come out here with a banana split with strawberry, butter pecan, chocolate, caramel, sprinkles, whipped cream, cherries, extra bananas. Man, you better come out here, and I'm telling you, in the first 4 games, Brian better come out like bam, bam, bam. And Brian is the one who has set this up, nobody else. Nobody else has set up what Brian is going to get if the Cowboys don't come out in those first 4 games. And I mean, this offense better be humming. It better be humming. You didn't let the starters play her down in preseason. Okay. If you didn't let the starters play her down in preseason together, you're saying that when you play against the Philadelphia Eagles, the starters are going to hit the ground running. That's what you're saying. That's what you're saying. Brian has set himself up. And I'm not going to give up on Brian. But I think Brian is about to learn a few things. Brian is either going to learn a few things, or Brian is about to teach us a few things. But he set himself up. Brian has said over and over and over, don't put no stock into the preseason. We're running very basic. We're general. We're vanilla. Blah, blah, blah. Okay. So you get the benefit of the doubt for all this stuff that we've seen in the preseason. You're going to get the total benefit of the doubt. But I'm telling you, by week 4 into the season, shoo. Man, shoo. Bet not be 1-3. Better not be 1-3. Shoot, we better be 2-2. We better be 2-2 minimum with the 2 losses. With the 2 losses, not because of the offense wasn't humming. I'm just saying. Brian has set this up. Because come this game against the Eagles, man, everybody's going to be expecting this guy. They're going to be expecting fireworks from this Cowboys offense. They're going to be expecting fireworks. Nisi said they have to play to Joe's strengths. The bazooka is not accurate. Nisi, I think the best thing they could do for Joe Milton, you're going to have to get him on the run. But Nisi, you tell me, the one thing that has caught me off guard about Joe Milton, Milton is not as good of a runner as I thought he was. He's not as good of a runner as I thought he was. Because I'm telling you, shoot, Trey Lance was a runner. You could tell the way Trey Lance moved. Now, Trey Lance was a runner. If Trey Lance tucked the ball in, hey, the whole defense is on alert. Because he probably about to run. He gonna take to the crib on him more than likely. So he's not. I'm a little bit surprised at how he's ran the couple of times I have seen him run. But the arm strength is there. He just can't control it. Just can't control it. Simo said you need to have a score panel, my bro. Hey, man. Hey, maybe we'll get something like that together. But I'm telling this, man, Brian has set himself up. And he's going to continue to set himself up. And I'm telling you, he better come. Y'all tell me what y'all think. Boy, Brian Schottenheimer better come out the gate. He better come out the gate on the Philadelphia. And I'm not saying that people will trip if we lose to Philly. But I bet you we better put up some points. Bet not put up no 20 points. Shoot. What the stuff Brian been talking about? Nah, man. Nah, we expecting 27. I mean, minimum. Y'all tell me what you think. Yep. Big Rumbowski. I just said it. We top heavy. Yeah. Last season proved it. I think we have some depth in places. But one key player goes down, it will be 24 all over again. And that's why I'm just wondering. Let's kind of see what shakes down here next week or two. I mean, man, Cowboys may need to really go. I mean, hey, is there anywhere else we can upgrade this team? And what if there's a quarterback out there better than Joe Milton? But see, this is what happens, though. When the Cowboys give up these draft picks for players, they want to be right on them. They want to be right on them. Daniel M., Maffa got 2 carries. Crazy, isn't it? Quinn Bowles said, nah, G, the Cowboys better beat the speed limit on the Eagles. Hey, Gwen, Brian has set himself up. Brian has set himself up. Brian has been saying, and he's going to say it again tonight. I cannot wait to hear his press conference. We're gonna listen to his press conference. I'm sure he'll give it within about 20 minutes after this game is over. He's been saying this stuff, and he gonna learn something about this league. We gonna hold you to what you say. If you tell us, don't put no stock in the preseason. Okay, don't put no stock in the preseason. You're just evaluating your players. Okay, you're just evaluating your players. You're not showing anybody what you're going to do because you have a very unique opportunity to catch this league by surprise because nobody knows what the 2025 Dallas Cowboys are going to be offensively, whether they're going to be the Seattle Seahawks, the Patriots, or the Cowboys. I mean, he's saying this stuff. Now, people will build you up to tear you down. You're going to find out people got a memory like an elephant. Shoo. Better come out in this doggone. You better come out against the Eagles and go pit. Man, you better go pinball crazy on the Philadelphia Eagles. Pinball crazy. And if he goes anything less than pinball crazy, or if the I just refuse to believe the Cowboys get blown out by the Eagles. I think the Cowboys are going to put up points on the Eagles. This Cowboys offense, to me, even though I haven't seen, let me tell you, Brian has looked better, of course, in training camp. Some of the plays that Brian Schottenheimer's called in training camp, y'all notice we're not seeing those plays. We're not seeing any of those plays in the preseason. So I'll give it to him. I believe Brian is holding back a lot of things. But I tell you this, you better blow the doors off this thing when they go up against the Eagles. You better blow the doors off. You better blow the doors off for sure. JS, he says it's preseason. JS, we're the only team keeps saying this. JS, we're the only team we're the only team keeps saying this. These players want to win in the preseason, JS. I don't know if you've ever played competitive football or sports. Man, I don't care if you... Do you not realize, or do we not realize, it defeats the point to be competitive, putting a ping pong table in the locker room, competing at free throws, competing at everything? Do we not realize it defeats the purpose to then come into preseason games? And your excuse for your team getting the literal brakes beat off of them, JS, is don't put a whole lot of stock in the preseason. What? How are we not going to put stock in the preseason? And you putting stock in ping pong tables in the locker room. You putting stock in shooting free throws. You're putting stock in all of these competitive things that you've created, only to get to the preseason and tell the Dallas Cowboy Nation, hey, man, don't put no stock in preseason. So should we put stock in the ping pong tables? Come on, man, you can't have it both ways. Can't have it both ways. Yeah, we have to. We have to evaluate the preseason. Because Brian is evaluating the preseason. Brian is evaluating the preseason while saying not putting too much stock in the preseason. Which one is it? No, come on, man. That's disingenuous. You got players out there who are playing for roster spots, and they're not out there thinking, oh, man, it's just preseason. I didn't make a tackle. It's just preseason. I missed my assignment. It's just preseason. I dropped the ball. It's just preseason. I missed an interception. It's just, come on, man. We got to stop saying this stuff. It's not an overreaction. It's a reaction. Overreaction is the season is over. Reaction is, okay, we're not winning some of the battles that we want to win. Okay, we're not looking as good in some places that we want to look. Man, we got to stop thinking this stuff, talking about, man, we're just, the preseason don't matter. It matters. It matters. It matters to these players. It matters. If you think these players didn't want to win tonight, you've never played anything. You've never played competitive sports. You've never played competitive sports. These people don't want to lose. They don't want to lose. And I'm telling you, man, Brian Schottenheimer, he is setting himself up to Brian Schottenheimer is either setting himself up to be the smartest guy in the room, or he's setting himself up to be a big talker and no action. Because I'm telling you, when you keep blowing off stuff saying, don't put a lot of stock. He told Jesse Holley straight up, yeah, don't put a lot of stock into the preseason. That don't match to me. That don't match to me when you're talking about competition, being competitive. How does that match? Maybe I'm built different. I'm not trying to hear nothing about no doggone preseason, bro. My life is on the line. My life is on the line, bro. I'm Perrion Winfrey out there right now. I'm not listening to nobody talking about this preseason. Nah, bro. I'm trying to make this squad. I want to win, and I want to look good doing it. I want to get a strip sack fumble, run it all the way for a touchdown, and be the reason why we won a preseason game. Yes, I do. Yes, I do. I'm telling you, he's setting himself up, and he better deliver. Brian Schottenheimer better deliver, y'all. I'm telling you. We can say this is preseason all we want to, but I'm just remembering this stuff he said. I'm gonna bring this stuff up all during the season. I'm rolling with Brian Schottenheimer. I'm still driving the bus. But I do think that Brian Schottenheimer is about to learn some things, bro. I think he's about to learn some things, brothers and sisters. Man, all that talking, shoot. One thing they'll let you do in Dallas, they'll let you talk. The media will let you talk in Dallas. They want you to hang yourself. They'll let you talk in Dallas. But you better believe they're going to let you talk, and they're going to come back to get you. They're going to come back to get you. Blue Buzz said other teams are doing the same thing. A lot of 0-2 teams tonight. Good teams, 11-win teams. But you're right, G. Come September 4th, we need to come out and slap Philly teeth out. Blue blood. We better. We better, because blue blood. Let me tell you the difference in those other teams. And Brian Schottenheimer mentioned this. We're not as worried. We're not as worried about the Philadelphia Eagles coming out being 0-2. They won the Super Bowl last year. We all know what the Philadelphia Eagles are going to. Who don't know what the Philadelphia Eagles are going to do? I can tell you just in layman terms, this will be the Philadelphia Eagles offense in 2025. Saquon Barkley, Jalen Hurts will be a big part of their run game as usual. Not to mention the tush push. He's going to throw for maybe 200-something yards, maybe even less in some games. And they're going to have a very strong defense. We already know what Philly is. We know what Philly is. We just don't know what their OC going to look like, but we know what Philly is. We know what Kansas City is. We know what Sean McVay is. We know what all these teams are. What we don't know, and this is what Brian is selling us. Brian is saying, but y'all don't know what I am. So Brian is saying, we're showing nothing. I'm showing nothing. We're coming out vanilla. We're evaluating. And so I guess we're saying in this competitive atmosphere we're creating, even though we're not letting Will Grier compete, even though we're not letting Joe Milton compete, and in this competitive environment, it don't matter to us if we win the preseason games. It's weird to me. I'm just telling you, it's weird to me. I mean, that's just weird talk to me. Maybe I'm just crazy. That's just weird talk to me. If I'm competitive, bro, I'm competitive all over the place. And I am not taking nothing for granted. I'm not taking nothing for granted, especially in this preseason. But Brian is saying that he is so confident in the starting offense. And I can see where we loaded. We're loaded. I understand where he is. But I'm telling you this. You saying all this, you better blow the doors. Boy, you better blow the doors. When we go to Philly, I'm not saying we have to win, but we better put points on them boys. We better put points on them boys because Brian has already said, well, I hadn't showed people what we're going to do. So in other words, you're going to show us some stuff coming out in against the Philadelphia Eagles. You're going to show us what you haven't been showing us. Sure, you tell me what you want to. Better blow the doors off them boys. Better blow the doors off them boys. Sure. Better blow the doors, because I'm going to tell y'all this. I'm going to tell y'all this, and you can hear me or you don't hear me. Nobody is going to hear the excuse. Hey, man, brand new coaching staff, not hearing it. Nobody's going to hear it. It's the Philadelphia Eagles. Nobody's going to hear it. Dak Prescott hadn't played since week 9 against the Atlanta Falcons. Nobody's going to hear it. They're not going to hear none of that talk. They're expecting, and I don't think people are expecting it. I actually think people are expecting Brian Schottenheimer to fail. I'm not. This offense is loaded. So I'm going to wait, and I'm going to give him the benefit of the doubt, but I already know what he's going to be saying. Now Brian, this isn't exclusive to Brian Schottenheimer. People double talk sometimes because they don't want to. I understand where Brian is. Oh, let me get this super chat from Deion Jefferson. Appreciate you, Deion Jefferson. Exactly, Deion Jefferson said, forget all that talking, Brian. We want results. Deion. He's put himself in a... Just telling y'all, man, Brian Schottenheimer's in a predicament. He better come out and show us stuff, and I believe he will. But he better show us stuff when they play the Eagles that wow us. Ain't nobody taking, man, nobody's taking, I don't even think anybody's taking 20 points from this team. I don't think anybody's taking 20 points from this team unless we hold Philly to 17. If we beat Philly 2017, everybody's happy. But boy, we better come out and do some things against these doggone Philadelphia Eagles. We better do it. Bam Bam Gaines said, what's up, G? He said, this is a copycat league. How many hidden concepts can he possibly... He said, how many hidden concepts can he possibly have? I trust, but I need to verify with my own eyes. Hey, this is exactly what Brian is saying, Bam Bam. So I can't doubt Brian. All I'm saying is Brian has set himself up. Brian Schottenheimer has set himself up, and I don't care who. I'm just telling us the truth. Y'all do know this is Dallas, right? This is Dallas. This is Dallas. He has set himself up because he keeps saying after these doggone games, just like JS keeps his preseason. Come on, guys. Okay, Jay. I'm just telling you, when you do all that kind of talking, because Brian has won another level that these other teams have not went. Brian has specifically said, we're showing nothing because we're going to get the opportunity that we're not going to have again after this year. We get to come out fresh and nobody's going to know what we're doing. Okay? Rather than us spending time getting continuity, getting some of our starters acclimated, because I get it, this league don't want to play starters. I just think Dak Prescott in this offense, I just think they needed some time in the preseason, at least one game. Because now we have to come out against Philly. It would be different if you were playing the New York Giants your first game, or the Cleveland Browns was our first game last year, and it was our first game of the season. You can basically treat a team like the Cleveland Browns last year like, hey, this is a preseason game, or this is us kind of going up against the preseason type team. We get to get ourselves together so we can get this thing going by the next game. But we saw last year, man, the Cowboys they were not ready last year. And we're not going to count, we have to count it, but we're not going to look at that with scrutiny as far as that lame duck season went. But, man, first-year coach, brand new coaching staff, brand new install on defense, brand new upgrades on offense, new players. I mean, there's a lot going on with the Cowboys. So I'm rolling with Brian the whole season. I'm not going to say it don't matter what he showed me. No, I'm not going to say it doesn't matter what he shows me. But what I am going to tell you is, I don't think we necessarily have to win the game against the Eagles, the first game. But if we lose the game, it's how we lose. That's what it's all going to depend upon, how we lose. But again, let me give you the takeaways, and I'm hoping we can I hope Brian comes up here in a few. But when I think about the takeaways from this game, the defense looked a lot better tonight. I agree with Nisi. The defense had a lot more energy. Garvin Smith said he ain't buying Brian. He said he ain't buying Brian. D's, is the surprise Turpin lining up in the backfield? What could he be holding back? I think Turpin, and again, D's, think about it. Think about what he showed us with Turpin in the training camp, but they never even showed any of those type of plays in the preseason. So Brian is basically saying, y'all don't need to worry about what we're doing on the first team. It's all evaluation. We're going to come out and we're going to blow the doors off this league. Beatrice Adams got to be laughing. She said, fans will turn on shoddy fans. She said, fans will turn on shoddy fans. Beatrice, I'm gonna make you a promise. I am not going to turn on Brian Schottenheimer the entire year. Because I've already been saying that I think Brian's going to need another year. I think Brian's going to need another year because I've, for example, I've worked in like corporate. And sometimes you get people, you hire these hotshot people and they got all these accolades, or you think they're going to be this, or you promote somebody and you think they're going to be this, and this. And you interview them and they say all the right things. You see them in training and they're doing all the right things. And then in the beginning, everybody is talking about him. All the managers, all the employees. Ooh, I like him, blah, blah, blah. You see, everything's going good. Until you start having some bad days. And then all that excitement goes out the window because now we got a real problem we have to solve. See, right now, we don't have, at least I do think we have a real problem we need to solve. No matter what anyone says about Mozzie, I think we need a one tech. And I think we need a doggone good one too. And no matter what anyone says about who's coming back in the cornerback room, I still say we need at least one more cornerback right now, and I think we need a good one. But other than that, for the most part, most people don't think we have a lot, I don't think the Cowboys think they have a lot to fix. I think they don't feel like they have a lot to fix. But we'll see what Brian is when there are real problems to fix. Brian's a first-year coach. So I'm rolling with Brian. I'm going to roll with Brian through the ups and the downs. It don't mean I'm not going to point out the ups, and I'm definitely going to point out the ups, and it don't mean I'm not going to point out the downs, because I'm going to point out the downs. I'm going to be objective in my approach to everything with Brian Schottenheimer. But I'm rolling with Brian. And the reason why I'm rolling with Brian Schottenheimer is because the only thing I can do is believe what he's saying. About, I'm holding back everything until we get to the season. So that's where I am now. If we're going to keep it at strictly player evaluation, okay, we can keep it at strictly player evaluation. The defense looked a lot better tonight. Damone Clark looked real good tonight. Jack Sanborn looked real good tonight and actually reminded me of Sean Lee a little bit out there. I'm telling you, Sanborn is going to be a beast for the Cowboys. Matt Eberflus may surprise us. Think on this. They said their goal is 40 turnovers. Cowboys got 2 turnovers tonight. So, and again, when I look at the defense, I'm sorry, I just don't think the defense was bad. I think the defense looked bad because the offense was bad. That's what I believe. So again, the defense, I'm pleasantly surprised at how much better they look versus last week. The offense, tell me what you want to. Joe Milton regressed to me. Joe Milton regressed. I didn't see progress in Joe Milton. I saw regression in Joe Milton. Thankfully, Joe Milton isn't a starter. And the crazy thing is, I don't even think Joe Milton's going to. I think Joe Milton has played all this time, and I will not be surprised if they tell him, this man, that Will Grier is a second-team quarterback. I wouldn't be surprised. I just wouldn't be surprised. Energy Plug said, is it me or are we throwing the ball almost every play? Energy Plug, I've already warned people. About Brian. And I'm not saying this in a bad way. Brian's personnel dictates how he runs his plays. In 2018, when he talks about all that running, well, go look at, he only had one wide receiver. It was Lockett. But when you go back and look at the second season and the third season and how the pass plays continue to ramp up, and so did the big plays, and so did their record. They won more games because Brian was opening that thing up. And this is another reason why I have confidence in Brian until he shows me something different. Boy, when you look at what he did with Seattle, I think this is the best, as far as I can see, this is the best offensive personnel that Brian Schottenheimer has had. Somebody correct me if I'm wrong. I think this is the best he's had. When you think about CD, George Pickens, Gavontae Turpin, Jalen Tolbert / any one of those Mingos, Trayshawn Holdens, any of those guys you want to throw in there, Jaden Blue, Jake Ferguson at the tight end position. When you, Phil Maffa, Javonte Williams look like he's on the resurgence. He might be the starting running back over Miles Sanders, and I think Phil Maffa is going to start working his way in. When you look at the weapons, when you look at the offensive line of Cooper Beebe, Tyler Booker, Ty Smith, we'll see what Guyton is going to be. But when you look at what Brian Schottenheimer is going to be working with offensively, I think this is the best he's ever had. I think this is the best he's ever had. So we're going to see. But I tell you this, he better blow the doors off. I'm telling you against Philly, he better blow the doors off. Because everybody, let me tell you the thing that everybody's going to hold above the Cowboys' head. George Pickens. Everybody's going to hold George Pickens above the Cowboys' head. There is an expectation. Have y'all been hearing people talk? Yeah, Dak Prescott going to do this, this, and this. There's no more excuses because of George Pickens. They're going to hold a lot over his head. They are. They're going to hold a lot over his head. But I'm going to roll with him till the wheels fall off because I think he needs a year. I think he needs a year of learning. And I think he also needs a year of, okay, I'm going to learn to stop talking so much. I think he needs a year of that. I think he needs a year of, okay, let me stop writing checks. Stop writing checks. Yeah, maybe I'll not say this. Maybe I'll not say that. Maybe I need to be a lot more reserved in my presentations so that I don't create expectations. Expectations are the robber of joy. But again, Brian Schottenheimer. Let me see. Let's go over here. Let's go over to DallasCowboys.com as we continue to talk about takeaways. But again, I'm just telling you, the defense to me looked good. The defense looked good. I think the only problem with the defense was the offense didn't help them out. I'm good. I'm good this week. I'm a lot more. What I saw this week on the defense, I feel like that those guys that were playing tonight could come in a rotation and be very good on defense. I'm good. I'm good. The defense looked a lot better. But as far as the offense goes, I feel like on the offensive side of the ball, the Cowboys have shortchanged some of these wide receivers because Joe Milton cannot get the ball to him. This is the same problem we had last year with Cooper Rush. We're getting flashes of these wide receivers, but we don't really know what they are outside of training camp. Because when we think about what Joe Milton has done over the last 2 games, and this is why I don't understand. See, if someone says we're evaluating players, okay, that's fine if we're evaluating players. But the player that we're putting a lot of the emphasis on evaluating is Joe Milton. And because we're evaluating Joe Milton, people don't understand. You're also shortchanging the wide receivers that you want to evaluate because he can't get the ball to him. He missed Ryan Flanoy wide open last week. He missed multiple passes wide open last week. What did he do this week? He missed multiple open receivers. And because he didn't extend drives, which would have got the other players more opportunities to get in the game, because the longer drives you have, the more players you get to keep moving in and out. We're being deprived of that. So if you're saying it's an evaluation, some of us aren't seeing what I'm telling us. You're getting to evaluate the defense. You really got to evaluate the defense today. They were on the field the whole game. How do you evaluate your offense? Explain it to me. How do you evaluate your running backs, your wide receivers, and your tight ends? If you're focused on the quarterback who can't get them the ball. You can't. We keep trying to explain this stuff off like it don't. This stuff matters. Even if you're just talking about simple player evaluation, it matters. Roy Bell said, yes, it matters. Yeah, it matters. This and that. I 1,000% agree with you. But I'm telling you this. Brian is setting himself up. Shoo, I'm telling you, if Brian is saying that he's not showing us nothing and they're doing player evaluation, defense, like I said, but offensively, what have we evaluated other than Joe Milton? This is why I'm telling us this matters. This matters 100%. And again, Corey Williamson, if you're evaluating players, then tell me how you're evaluating players on offense. Tell me how you're doing it. Explain to me, Corey. I'm going to show you the box score again. How are you evaluating these players? Now in the trenches, we saw some decent things in the trenches. I think Tyler Booker, I thought he looked good. Cooper Beebe, thought he looked good. I actually think the offensive line, the backup offensive line, looked pretty good. The issue is the quarterback who was in there, Joe Milton III, went 9 of 18, regressed even from last week. So how are you evaluating your wide receivers, Corey? Help me out. How are you evaluating them? Jonathan Mingo got 1 reception for 49 yards. Preston Fant got 1 reception for 33 yards. How are you evaluating them? Ryan Flanoy, 2. John Stevens, 3. Shaylon Brooks, 1. Deuce Vaughn 1, Jalen Tolbert 1, Jalen Cropper 0, Trayshawn Holden 0, Josh Kelly 0, Tyler Neville 0. How are you evaluating them? You couldn't sustain any drives to get enough guys into a rotation to even see enough of them. How are you evaluating them? So you're just going to go back and look at film and look at the route running. You're going to go, you're going to look at maybe the blocking. But at the end of the day, I'm not just evaluating a wide receiver on route running and blocking. No, I want the ball to come to his area. Yeah, I want because guess what? I'm not getting him to be a blocker. I'm getting him to be a wide receiver. No, I want the ball to come to him. I want to see what he does with the ball in his hands. This and that. It can't be overreaction. You got to understand what an overreaction is. An overreaction is saying that the season is over. You're only reacting to what you saw. You have to react to what you saw. There's nothing wrong with a reaction because you're reacting to what you saw. And if we're evaluating players, then what we saw, I think the defense looked pretty good. Booth looked way better than we've seen him look in a year. Booth had 7 tackles and an interception. Damone Clark again looked great. Keeman Hall looked great. Shamar James. I mean, these guys the defense looked good. The thing that messed up this team is when you start digging into these stats. When you look at the fact that the Baltimore Ravens had 26 first downs to 7 first downs by the Cowboys, 8 third downs, 1 fourth down. They had 79 total plays to 47 total plays. Yeah, you're evaluating this stuff. What happened? The Cowboys did real good on penalties in the first half. Kind of tapered off in the second half. 7 for 59. Had a fumble lost. Had an interception. You're evaluating your time of possession. 40 minutes to 19 minutes. Yeah, you got to look at this stuff. It's not an overreaction. These people are going to play for you during the season. Richard Jones said, I hate to break it to you. I think we're going to get out-blocked and out-tackled. Did you notice? But again, Richard Jones, we're top-heavy. I think our starters are going to play way better than this. But this is telling us something, too. We got to stay healthy while continuing to develop our backups. And I'll be honest with you. If I'm the Cowboys, as teams start cutting players, I'm not going to be in love with any of these players. They've been with us through OTAs. They've been with us through training camp. I'm not going to be in love with these players. If there's a player that gets cut that's better than some of our players, we need to bring them in. We need to bring them in. If there's a cornerback that gets released that's better than Booth, Butler, Carson, any of those other guys, bring them in. If we can find a one tech, bring him in. Bring him in. If you can find a backup quarterback better than Joe Milton, bring him in. Which I already think Will Greer is better than him. But if you can find somebody better than Will Greer, bring him in. D said, how can you evaluate players if they're not put in position through scheme to be effective? Now, D's, so you want to hear double talking? Are you ready? You want to hear double talking? Don't put nothing into the preseason. But we're evaluating players. You want to hear double talking? Because Brian is saying, I want to see how do they perform mano a mano. That's what he's saying. I want to see how they perform mano a mano. I'm not worried about, as you say, the scheme. No, I'm not worried about the scheme. But I want to see what do they do? How do they perform? Man up. Man to man. How do they match up? How do they match up with no scheme? That's what he's saying. That's why I'm telling you. Brian is setting himself up to be the the smartest man in the room, or he is setting himself up for some of the biggest ridicule you're ever going to see in your life. We're going to see. I'm still rolling with Brian. I just think Brian's going to learn something. It takes time in this league, and I think he probably already knows that. But it takes time in this league. It takes time in this league. Let's see here. Let's go over here to DallasCowboys.com. Hopefully we got some stuff up on the. Let's see. But again, I'm still rolling with Brian. I just think Brian has to be very careful with some of his talking points. This is one of the reasons why Jesse Holley kind of confronted him, and not in a bad way. I don't think Jesse Holley confronted him in a bad way, but Jesse Holley was just saying, man, you be saying things and it don't match up. I just think that's what he was saying. He's like, bro, you be saying stuff and it don't match up. You talk about you want physicality. You know, you want all these things. And then when guys get physical, you take Marquise Bell out to practice. I mean, what are you doing? What are you doing? You talk about the run, but we really hadn't seen a lot. Now, I don't think Brian's going to show everybody his total run and what it's going to look like, but nevertheless, Brian is either setting himself up to be a genius or Brian is setting himself up to be ridiculed. But we're going to see. I'm still rolling with it. I'm still rolling with it. Sunny Days, he said, really wish this coaching team would quit talking before even doing anything. I think they have a lot of confidence. And I think George Pickens has really helped them with a lot of this confidence. And I think George Pickens is going to be the reason why so many people have these high expectations of the Dallas Cowboys. And so that's why even when I hear people say, even Brian, I believe, when people try to say stuff like, yeah, it's just a preseason. Because they're all saying, I think we're going to look so good when the season starts, it's not going to matter. Well, hey, I'm telling you, he's either setting himself up to be a genius or he's going to be the biggest joke in football. Because I'm telling you now, if we get blown out by the Eagles, oh, they coming for him. Which I don't think we're going to get blown out by the Eagles. But they're coming for him. I'm telling you. Man, Randy McIntyre, appreciate that super chat. He said 7 first downs tonight. Need I think he said 7 downs tonight. Need Williams and Gilmore. I hope we do bring in Gilmore. I do. Injury plug, I agree with you. Mozzie did okay. But I seen Winfrey and Harris do the most. Boy, Perrion Winfrey looked really good. I can't wait to go back and look at the All-22 on this. Man, Perrion Winfrey had a couple of plays that I was just like, wow. Wow. Man, I'm telling you, the defense to me played well. I think the defense played well. I just think they got wore out. I mean, they were on the field the entire first half. I just think they got wore out. Even with the rotation, I just think they got wore out. And I think that Eberflus has been instructed not to do too much. So they're either going to look like geniuses or they're going to be the laughingstock of the league by game number 4. Mike D said, Mikey said, I wish Jerry would just get this distraction out the way. Man, you know what? I said this earlier and I'm going to agree with you. He should sign Michael Parsons. Just get that distraction out the way. Let's get the energy up. Let's get Michael in camp. And let's start getting him revved up. Let's start getting him revved up. Let's start getting it revved up so people don't blow off everything you've done, Jerry. Sign this dude, Michael Parsons. Let's get this thing rolling. Because, again, this is why I was really pushing back on Brian last week, because Brian Schottenheimer was saying stuff like, oh, I don't have to decide this and I don't have to decide that. We got a whole bunch of time. Well, you might not have to decide this and decide that, but we don't have a lot of time. No, we actually don't have a lot of time. I mean, as of today, we literally have 19 days before the season. Matter of fact, it's 18 days. Yeah. 18 days before the first game of the season. It's just not a lot of days. I think we really need to get Micah in here. Get Michael in here. Let's get this thing going. Carolina Cowboy, he said, is our defense vanilla too? I think they just got wore out. I'm serious. I just think they got wore out. BK Cowboy fans, stop the run the ball, make plays. And we're not going to know if we're going to even be able to do that until after the season starts because we just hadn't played anybody. I mean, it's just been the preseason, so we just don't know. Let me see. Max MS 1100, he said, what's good, nation? He said, another terrible showing. This and that said, we're going to mop Philly. I think we can. Especially if Brian comes out and does what he says. Because I do believe that Brian is going to throw everything but the kitchen sink at Philly. Brian Schottenheimer is going to throw everything at Philly. I believe he throws everything. I think Brian's coming out with Cavante Turpin, Jaden Blue. I'm thinking reverses, jet sweeps. Man, I wouldn't even be surprised he brought a halfback pass out of there. I think he's going to put everything up on. I think he's going to throw everything in Philly. I think he's throwing everything in Philly because I think we are almost viewing Philly like a Super Bowl or an NFC championship level type of game. I really think we're viewing it like that. I do. I think we're viewing it like that. And I think Jerry is viewing it like that. I do. I think Jerry is viewing it like that. I think they're all viewing this Eagles game as, bro, we got to come out in this Eagles game and do damage. Energy Plug says Shotty effed up after the pick we got and was on the 30. We should have ran it instead of throwing it. You know, for whatever reason, he keeps trying to show the league who Joe Milton is. You're showing him. It's just not what you think. He said in the last game he wanted Joe Milton to come out and throw it all over the place. I don't think that's Joe's game. I think Joe's game is sandlot football. That's what I think Joe's game is. Garvin Smith said the Eagles know who we are. They know we are one Mozzie Smith deep. Man, let me tell you. I'm just gonna, like I said, I'm gonna give Brian the benefit of the doubt. I'm gonna wait and see. I'm gonna, and all I can do is give him the opportunity to wow us, because in essence, he's kind of told DLLS when he had that interview, I'm gonna wow you. It's basically what he kind of said. I'm going to wow you. All right, still nothing up on DallasCowboys.com. You know what else I'm wondering too, guys? I'm wondering what Jerry Jones does this season. Every single season, Jerry Jones, after a game, goes into the locker room. I wonder if Jerry Jones keeps up that tradition with Brian Schottenheimer as the coach. What do y'all think? Max said Jerry isn't concerned about winning. I think he is. I think Jerry is concerned about winning. And man, I'm going to tell you something, Max, I've learned about Jerry Jones. We will look at things that Jerry Jones does and says, that shows us that he doesn't want to win. And Jerry is looking at that saying, I did that because I want to win. Jerry signed Brian Schottenheimer because Jerry believes, and I believe 100%, Jerry believes that Brian Schottenheimer is going to bring a Super Bowl to Dallas. I do too, but I'm telling you, I think Jerry believes it more than I do. I do. I think Jerry believes that Brian Schottenheimer is going to bring him a Super Bowl. I think Jerry has put all his trust in Brian and he thinks he's going to bring him a Super Bowl. I do. Mikey said, hold on for a sec, G. Blowing out the Eagles only deepens how good the defense is, especially if there is no Oh, boy. Especially if there is no Parsons. Well, you know what? I think Parsons plays the first game. I'm not buying it. I'm not buying it. I'm not buying it. I'm not buying that Parsons isn't playing the first game. I'm not buying it. Kimbo said Dak had 45 passing yards under Brian. Yeah. Yeah, Brian Schottenheimer is responsible for some of those wrinkles they put in 2023. And that's one of the reasons why I'm not worried about Brian just yet. But I tell you this, he's going to get his opportunity in the first 4 games. He gets his opportunity in the first 4 games. Because that's going to really set the pace for the season. Energy said, gee, why aren't our starters playing is the question. Every team is gearing up but us. They're saying they're keeping them. I guess they're going to keep them, make sure they're not injured. Marvin Brown, we will have Michael Parsons. No worries. AJ Adams said 5 of the... Man, let me tell you something. Cowboys better not go 5-12. I don't think it's going to happen. X-Mar said Joe Milton is dog poop. We're going to see, though. We're going to see. I'm gonna give Brian every opportunity. It's not like I gotta give him an opportunity. I didn't hire him. But I'm not gonna turn on him. I just think Brian is gonna learn. It's a lot easier than said. It's a lot easier said than done, bro. And you're gonna learn. You're gonna learn because he always says I'm very transparent. You're gonna learn, bro. There are some things you're gonna have to learn how to keep a little closer to the vest. The Bible says only a fool tells his whole heart. You don't have to tell everybody everything. Don't tell everybody everything. Expectations are the robber of joy. Under promise, over deliver. Under promise, over deliver. Man, if you under promise, shoot. People will love you for it. Robert Dudley said Cooper Rush is all smiles right now. Shoot. Man, after Jerry Jones missed Cooper Rush out of that $250,000, I'm pretty sure he's happy for beating him. But again, Cooper Rush basically said he had no hard feelings towards the Cowboys. Boy, he better than me. I know the Bible says that money, the love of money is the root of all kinds of evil. And I'm not a person that necessarily loves money. But boy, when you just mess somebody out of $250,000 on principle, man, boy, that's wicked work to me. That is wicked work. And then played Trey Lance the last game of the season after Trey Lance turned down an extension by the Dallas Cowboys, and the last game of the season meant absolutely nothing, and didn't let this dude play? Woo, it's crazy work. That's all I can tell you. It is crazy work. But again, we're going to have our call-in system set up by time game 1 comes, and then in our post games, I'll be very interested in hearing what you guys have to say on the phone about this. Katharina Kidd said cutting down to the 53-man roster should be real easy. You know what? I think it's going to be easy in a lot of places, but I still think they're going to have a hard time in the wide receiver room. Let's see if we can pull up that roster real quick while we are waiting on some of the interviews, because I'm very interested to hear what Brian Schottenheimer has to say. Let's see if we can look at the roster real quick. So when you look at the offense, let's check them out. When you look at the offense, I think the wide receiver room, Katharina Kiss, I think the wide receiver room is going to be the hardest spot. Because you got some players that you absolutely want to keep. You got some players in this thing that you absolutely want to keep. Even if, quote unquote, they don't make the 53-man roster, you want to see if you can keep them on your practice squad. Because, of course, now we don't even have to talk about CD and George Pickens. But then when you talk about the slot, of course, you got Jalen Tolbert. So those are your 3 wide receivers. The question is, are you keeping 5 or 6? And we don't have to worry about Kevontae Turpin. Trust me. Kevontae Turpin is already on special teams. So you don't have to worry about Kevontae Turpin. So the question is, are you keeping, because Kevontae Turpin would equal 4. So now you only got 2 more spots. Who gets those 2 spots? And I'm hoping that Jonathan Mingo is okay tonight. We'll see how that goes. But if you only have 2 spots left, you drafted Ryan Flanoy. You gave him a 4th for Jonathan Mingo. You drafted Jalen Brooks, but I think we kind of know what Jalen Brooks is. Trayshawn Holden seems to have a very high ceiling. Jalen Cropper seems to make the dog. Jalen Cropper does so good every single preseason. I'm surprised somebody hasn't picked him up from the Cowboys, but he does good every single preseason. Josh Kelly, I don't even think it's a consideration. Anything, he'll be a practice squad player. But if you're only talking about 2 spots, I don't think they're going to give up Jonathan Mingo. So if you're only talking about 1 spot, Ryan Flanoy or Trayshawn Holden. Boy, that's tough. That is tough. I'm not giving up. Ooh, woo. As much as I like Trayshawn Holden, I don't know if I want to give up Ryan Flanoy. The question becomes, do they keep 5 or 6? So, Katharina Kiss, I'm telling you, they're going to have a hard time at this wide receiver position. I think this will be the position they're going to have a hard time. Some of this other stuff, it falls off automatically. A lot of this stuff, I think, falls off automatically. I mean, when you look at the first, Guyton and Smith, Nate Thomas, you already know he's made the team. TJ Bass, Awesome Richards has already made the team. It just depends on how many players they're keeping at all these positions. Jerron Christian, not sure about him. Brock Hoffman's making the team. Cooper Beebe, Tyler Booker, Charles Sadiq, not sure. Nick Broker, not sure, but we'll see. Terrence Steele, I think Adeniji is an automatic. We'll see about Lyle Collins. The Cowboys might have brought him in, and Lyle Collins might not make it. Tight end, you got what? Ferguson, Schoon. I think Brevin Stanford. Princeton fan has looked pretty good in preseason. Rivaldo Fairweather's looked pretty good. Haven't heard anything from Tyler Neville. Probably a practice squad guy. I think a lot of these other positions are going to be easy. I just don't think the wide receiver spot for him is going to be easy. I wonder what they're going to do at the running back position. You got Miles Sanders, Jaden Blue, Phil Maffa, Deuce Vaughn, Malik Davis, and Javonte Williams. It wouldn't shock me if Miles Sanders didn't make the team. What do y'all think? It wouldn't shock me if Miles Sanders didn't make the team. I wouldn't be surprised if they roll with Javonte Williams, Jaden Blue, and Phil Maffa. I never thought that Miles Sanders and Javonte Williams were going to make the team. Both of them make the team. I kind of saw how they were. I saw a couple things in camp that made me think they might go with both of them, but we'll see. But I wouldn't be surprised if Miles Sanders, I think that injury could have set him back. Miles Sanders might not make the team. I don't think Deuce Vaughn's going to make the team. Malik Davis, they might put him on the practice squad. But again, I think another place they're going to have a problem is their defensive end position, because they brought in all these defensive ends and edge rushers. I don't know what they're going to do with all that. I just wonder how many. Man, they got a ton of these guys over here. They have a ton of these guys over here. And they could very well, you never know, they might try to look at 1 or 2 of them and say, let's trade them. But they got a bunch of these guys over here. I mean, And that's the guy I wanted to ask y'all about. Did y'all see James Houston? James Houston flashed tonight. I'm telling y'all, James Houston can rush the passer. James Houston flashed tonight. He did. James Houston flashed tonight. I like what I saw from James Houston. I did. I absolutely did. I can't wait to go back and look at the All-22. James Houston, man, he made a couple plays on defense early, and I was just kind of like, whoa. Whoa. Antoine Jones. I don't believe it. I'll be shocked. I don't think they have anything playing with Deuce Vaughn, but getting off this team. That's all. That's all I see, man. That's all I see. Max, I've moved CeeDee Lamb up into the #1 receiver in football. I'll take him now over Jamar Chase and Justin Jefferson. I think CeeDee Lamb has elevated his game. CeeDee Lamb just destroyed the Dallas Cowboys secondary. Destroyed them all through camp. But again, I just think the Cowboys are going to have a hard time, with their wide receiver room. I think they're going to have a hard time. Yeah, Dangle, I saw you got his knee banged up. I hope it's not too bad because I think Mingo has kind of got a few of us excited because Mingo looks like he might be worth that 4th round pick. So he's got some of us excited. But again, boy, the Cowboys are loaded. They are loaded at that wide receiver spot. Taco Beast, man, what's going on? Hadn't seen you in a minute. Good to see you. Look like you still hitting them weights. Look like you still hitting them weights, man. Good to see you. Taco Beast, he said they're not using Milton mobility. Did the same with Trey. This system isn't made for a mobile quarterback. It's not. It's not made for a mobile quarterback. Raheem said, but bro, what I'm saying is instead of wasting that pick on Joe, we could have had that Quinn for 4 years as a backup. Oh, you talking about Quinn Ewers? Oh no, I'm not really sold on Quinn Ewers if that's what you're talking about. I didn't really like Quinn Ewers. J Channel 1977. Appreciate that super chat. Woo! JL Channel 977, I agree with you. If Dak went down for 2 games, who would start, Will Greer or Joe Milton? I think Will Greer. I say Greer for 2 games. Milton's not a solid backup. Should have kept Lance. Jay, tell me this isn't crazy. That we may see the exact same thing we saw last year. Joe Milton get all those snaps just for them to announce he's the second quarterback. That's crazy to me. But that's exactly what we may see. Maybe the second quarterback. You said I don't want Joe to be bad. Joe just needs more time, man. And people need to stop talking about all this stuff with Joe. Man, Joe need about 2 years. Joe need about 2 years, man. Joe can't control that arm. I'm just telling you straight up. He can't control that arm, man. I think that's why he likes to go down the field. The short passes are a problem for him. Kimbo, you know what? This is one of the things that I did notice, but I was encouraged tonight. I thought the defense early on was a lot more physical. I think that when the offense couldn't do anything, it wore them down. And I think they got a little wore out. He said the Cowboys are not a physical team. But again, we've only been watching the second team. So I'm good. I want to see what the first team's going to look like, but we're very top heavy. So we got to make sure that we stay healthy. It's a battle of attrition. Taco Beast, he said Cowboys run traditional drop back quarterback offense. Yeah, ever since Dak became immobile. He said, but we have not one traditional drop back quarterback. Yeah. I think they kind of turned Dak Prescott into a pocket passer. Dak was a dual threat beast at Mississippi State in 2016. I think what kind of got Dak was that ankle. And that's when Dak kind of turned more into a savant at quarterback. Domino says it's going to be a long season, 8 wins. Domino, I'm struggling with that. The only reason why I'm struggling with that because I've watched Dak Prescott win 12 games. I watched him win 13 games under Jason Garrett. I watched him win 12 games under Kellen Moore. Kellen Moore calling plays. I watched him win 12 games under Mike McCarthy calling plays. I've seen Dak Prescott when he's healthy. It's double-digit wins with less firepower than he has right now. With less firepower. Yeah, ready. Oh, yeah. Need Michael, Wilkins, and Gilmore. Yeah, preach to that super chat. Yeah. Need Michael, Wilkins, and Gilmore. Randy McIntyre. Man, let me tell you something. The longer that dude Wilkins stay out there, boy, woo. I'm just telling y'all, I know some of us don't want Wilkins. We say he's weird. Boy, the longer that dude stay out there, woo. Y'all better get prepared. Y'all better get prepared. Gwen said, hey, G, I think I'm going to sit this season out. It's not looking good. I'm good. Nah, Gwen, don't sit this season out. It's going to be great. It's going to be great. It's going to be great. I think the season's going to be great. I just think Brian has got to understand, man, you got to make sure. Don't set yourself up with all that talking, bro. Because these people will come back to get you with it. Corey Williams, he says, Shotty will surprise a lot of people. We are not Super Bowl ready. I agree. We will be 10-7. I think we're going to be double-digit wins, too. I think we're going to be double-digit wins. It won't shock me if the Cowboys win 12. It will not shock me. It won't. It won't. With a chance to be a wild card team, don't be surprised if Dak's prediction came true. Now, Corey, I don't know if you saw my video on that. Let's check this over here real quick, see if we got Brian Schottenheimer on the press conference yet. Let's see. See, is he live yet? Okay, no press conference yet from Brian Schottenheimer. But I did a video about this already, Corey Williamson. And I'm going to tell you something. My son always says the NFL is WWE. And you know, man, let me say this. And this ran through my mind. I just don't want to go here. I just don't want to go here. But did Brian Schottenheimer, did Dak Prescott tell Ron Kroenke? Did he tell Ron Kroenke that he would see him in the NFC Championship game as a prognostication or prediction? Or was he saying that because he actually knows because of other reasons that they're going to the NFC Championship game? I'm just telling y'all, I've been saying this from the beginning. There is something strange going on with the Cowboys this year. There is something very strange going on with the Cowboys. Davion Wallace, what's going on? Good to see you. There is something strange going on with the Cowboys. So we got the Wall documentary. We have the Netflix special. 30 years since the Cowboys have been to the Super Bowl. 30 years since they've been to the Super Bowl, NFC Championship game, all that stuff. It seems to me that this season is being set up for some kind of crazy Cinderella season. The Cowboys have the NFL has a lot of things in the works as far as like huge deals and things of that nature going on. It just seems like it wouldn't surprise me. Even though I don't think the Cowboys do it in 2025, I think they're going to go to the Super Bowl. I think they're either going next year or the year after. But with the way everything is lining up, wouldn't it just be a storybook ending if the Cowboys ends a 30-year drought, goes on a playoff run, wins the NFC Championship game, goes to the Super Bowl, wins the Super Bowl with a first-year coach whose father has the most playoff wins without a Super Bowl, whose father could never get a Super Bowl, first-year coach, just with all the stuff going on. How big would it be for the Dallas Cowboys to go to the Super Bowl against the Buffalo Bills? The Cowboys against the Buffalo Bills in the Super Bowl, 30-year anniversary, with all this stuff swirling around the Cowboys, with all these documentaries. This not only does something for the Cowboys. Do we not understand what this would do for the NFL? This would be the business move of business moves for the NFL if the Cowboys would go to the Super Bowl this year in particular. It wouldn't surprise me with everything that's going on around the Cowboys. It just wouldn't surprise me. This seems like some crazy year where, man, it just wouldn't surprise me if the Cowboys were to go to the Super Bowl. It just wouldn't surprise me. It's like like somebody's working on some kind of storybook ending for this. The Cowboys end the 30-year drought. It's crazy. It wouldn't surprise me, though. You know, also, too, kind of thinking about, we talked about the Cowboys need, and I still think nobody walked out of this game saying the Cowboys don't need a one-tech. I think we are all, Daniel M., I'm worried about the injury, too. I hope it's not serious, but I'm worried about the injury. Very worried about the injury. Antoine Jones, I'm with you. I'm with you, man. I've seen what Dak. I've seen Dak. Dak, when healthy, especially coming off these darn injuries, man. I think we're about to see the best 3 years of Dak Prescott we've seen in our life. That's what I think. Ron Hanna, what's going on? He said I keep 5G, CD, GP, Mingo, Holden, and Tolbert. Man, let me tell you, this boy Trayshawn Holden looks like a dog. He really does. Five Kalex, what up? He said 4 to 5 running backs. I thought they said we might keep 3. If we keep 4, I still don't know. If Deuce Vaughn makes the team. Malik Davis has looked really good. Domino said, I don't want Sanders. He's not the future. Man, let me tell you something. Are we talking about Shedeur Sanders? Miles Sanders. Okay. Boy, thank you. Miles Sanders. I think Miles Sanders is out. Yeah, I think Miles Sanders is out. I think Javonte Williams is going to be the guy, and I think Phil Moffitt is going to be the other guy. Yep, I do. Daniel M., James Houston, to me, G, looks like he's staying on the roster. Boy, Daniel, he flashed tonight. JS, he flashed tonight, JS. A lot of people don't realize, man, this dude, Houston, was already a baller. The dude got a foot injury set him back. Boy, he was balling. He got lean out of this world. Boy, if there is one thing the Cowboys have, man, it's doggone pass rushers. Boy, the Cowboys got more pass rushers than every team on the league, I bet. Every team in the league, I bet they got more pass rushers. Dang it, boy, that defensive end room to me gonna be hard, man. You said Michael, Fowler, Nealon, Williams, and Houston. Okay, so you think we're keeping 5? Boy, that room to me, man. Hold on a second. Let me go back over here to that room. Boy, that room to me, that room to me is tough, man. Woo! I might have to try to figure out how I can keep more. Defensive end. So automatically, we're keeping Marshawn Nealon, Izaraku, Sam Williams. But I got to keep James Houston. That's already 4. Michael Parsons is 5. You got to have Fowler. That's 6. Tyrus Wheat could be an odd man out. Peyton Turner may go to the practice squad. Maybe they'll try to get Peyton Turner to the practice squad. Because you got to keep, Micah, Fowler, Nealon, Easy, Sam. But I think you got to keep James Houston. That's 6. Let's see, who didn't you include? Micah, Fowler. Okay, you forgot Easy. So hey, Daniel, you'd have to keep 6 because you flat out forgot Donovan Ezraku. He ain't going nowhere. Yeah, he ain't going nowhere. Randy McIntyre, Sam didn't do anything tonight, but guess what? They're going to keep Sam. But you know what? Let me present something crazy to y'all. What if the Cowboys, and I don't know what his his trade capital would be. Cowboys could trade Sam Williams. Maybe the Cowboys should start trying to put together trade packages. Maybe they could trade Sam Williams. Maybe they could get a defensive tackle for him. Only problem is with Sam, you got to, he hadn't played in almost 2 years. So I'm not sure how much you would get for him. Domino, he said he wished Dak would play a few series next game. Yeah. That would be unprecedented, boy. Cowboys bring that whole first team out there on a third team and tear them up. Hey, you know what? It might sound crazy, but that might be one way to keep him safe. Let him roll out there on them boys trying to make it next week. Yeah, I agree with you, Daniel. They don't want Dak hurt. And let me tell you something. Joe Milton really made the Cowboys say, nah, we don't want Dak hurt. Katharina Kiss says 13-4 season. Katharina, you know what's crazy, though? I don't think it's going to happen, but it wouldn't surprise me. The Cowboys, on paper, we got to see what they're going to look like as far as their starters. But to me, Cowboys on paper, I was looking at this the other day when I was looking at the playoffs. And I want to go back over here and look at that real quick as we wait and see if Brian Schottenheimer is going to come up for the press conference. Which I'm pretty sure he's probably already talked, but there's nothing on DallasCowboys.com yet. Let me go to 105.3 The Fan. When you look at the let me see. 105.3 The Fan, they're doing their post-game show right now. So we'll let them get their post-game show over, and then we'll see if they cut some of the stuff off. Let's see here. Yeah, nothing yet. I have a strange feeling. And I'm going to see if I can put together some kind of spreadsheet. But when you look at the Cowboys on paper, let me read this super chat from Christian. Appreciate you. Bro, man, let me tell you something. Christian said, I believe this is our Super Bowl year because this is a weird year. Super Bowl 60, get my drift. Christian, it seems, man, I'm not saying we going to the Super Bowl, but it wouldn't surprise me. I've been saying this early on. I'm like, this is weird how all this stuff is lining up. And that's why I wonder. I mean, I don't want to go into conspiracy theory territory. But just what if Dak was not saying that as a prediction? What if Dak is saying that like, yeah, we're going to meet in the NFC Championship game. I don't want to go there. But Dak was saying it so matter-of-factly. Dak wasn't saying it like, yeah, man, and we're going to see y'all in the NFC Championship game. Ha-ha. It was just kind of like, yeah, we'll see you in the NFC Championship game. That nonchalant? I know some people have said he said stuff like that before, but man, I'm telling you, it just sounded so like, man, he was convinced on some other weird level. Pinky, don't say it. Do not say it, Pinky. Pinky said the Cowboys going to be 9-8. We can't, Pinky. We can't do it. Demetrius Adams said NFL is the WWE. That's what my son said. My son always says the NFL. He's like, it's fixed, Dad. It's the WWE. I'm just telling you, man. I was just wondering, man, the way, I mean, I'm just like, the way Dak said it, I was like, man, Dak didn't say that like it was a prediction. I mean, Dak said that like it was a literal, like, yeah, you know we going to beat an NFC Championship game. I didn't put that in the video, but I'm just saying. Ron Hanna said, man, the crazy stuff got teams nervous about bringing in Wilkins. Well, I tell you this. The longer he stays out there, y'all bet not. I'm just warning y'all, don't be shocked. The longer he stay out there, I'm just saying. I'm just saying. Beatrice Adams said, prophesy that thing, G. Corey Adams said, G, you called it. I'm just saying, this sounds weird to me. Because I watched the video and I was like, am I the only one looking at this like Dak is not saying this like he bragging? Like, yeah, you know, hey, we'll see y'all in the NFC Championship game. I mean, it was like everybody was like on the same page with this. I mean, nobody acted like this was like Kroenke, Steven, Jerry. None of them acted like, you know, like, yeah, you know, it was like, oh, okay. It's weird. I'm just telling you. And let me show you why I say this as we wait on Brian Schottenheimer. Appreciate y'all rocking with me tonight. Let me show you why I said this. I was looking at the 2024. I was looking at the NFL 2024 bracket, right? And let me tell you why I think Dak Prescott said this. A lot of us may not realize it, but Dak Prescott has a lot of confidence in himself. Dak has a lot of confidence in himself, and I really love that about Dak. I think what has happened to Dak is that I don't think the team around him. Some people say they don't have the confidence in Dak. I'm not buying that. I don't think the team around him has as much confidence in themselves. And I think a lot of them, they get a little antsy and nervous when they're not making plays. When they're not making plays, some of them have checked out. CeeDee Lamb will, you know, and I don't think CeeDee's going to do that going forward. But I think in that 2023 game, CeeDee kind of started checking out a little bit. Other guys started checking out a little bit. And it wasn't until Dak really got them kind of like, there is some hope. It's like they started playing hard a little too late. But I think George Pickens has gave this team a little bit different swag. And I'm waiting to see what is this going to look like when the regular season starts. I really think George Pickens has given this team a lot more swag. I do. I think they're looking at George Pickens like, hey, man, this could be it. I think they're looking at him like that. But I want to show you guys something on getting away from the conspiracy theory part. Let me show you another reason why I think Dak Prescott fully believes. I think Dak believes. I don't think Dak is just hyping himself up. I think Dak believes that they are going to be in the NFC Championship game. I think he believes it. Let me show you why. When you look at the playoff picture from last year, let me show you what's crazy about it. The Lions were the number 1 seed. You had the Eagles, the Bucks, and the Rams. They were the top 4 teams. You had the Vikings, the Commanders, and the Packers. I don't think the Packers make another step this year. I just don't get me wrong. Them boys got a receiving core. I don't know if they're going to make as big of a step. But when you look at the fact, so the Lions had the bye week. I don't think the Lions are going to look the same because of the OC and the DC, brand new. I just don't think they're going to look the same. And if you look down here towards the end, so the final 4 was the Eagles, the Rams, the Lions, the Commanders. The Commanders really lucked out. Because if the Commanders would have if the Commanders would have wound up playing the Rams, they'd have got knocked out. I don't think there's no way the Commanders beat the Rams. I don't think there's no way they beat them. The Eagles almost knocked off the Rams. If the Eagles continue on the trajectory they were on from mid-season to the playoffs, realistically, the Rams is probably the best team in the NFC. And with the addition of Devontae Adams, the Rams may very well be the best team in the NFC, the Rams. When you think about the combination of offensive and defensive power, the Rams may be the best team in the NFC. And when I look at the Cowboys on paper, offensively, I think the Cowboys offense on paper, we got to see what it looks like over the first 4 weeks. I think the Cowboys offense on paper is better than the Lions. I think it's better than the Eagles. I think it's better than the Vikings, the Buccaneers, and the Commanders, and may very well be better than the Rams. I think the Cowboys offense on paper, the Cowboys may very well have a top 4 offense. Because when I think about the teams this year, and I'm just talking on paper right now, on paper, the one thing that people didn't talk about in that Rams-Cowboys scrimmage, Dak Prescott was lighting the Rams up. They had no answer for Turpin, CD, and Pickens. They had no answer. Dak was lighting them up. Lighting them up. They had no answer. When I look in the NFC, the only 2 teams that I think that will be able to challenge the Cowboys for the top offense in football, the only 2 teams are the Lions and the Rams. I believe Dak Prescott thinks they're better than them. Offensively, I think he thinks they're better. And even when you look on the side of the NFC, you think about last year. The Chiefs were not an offensive juggernaut. They really were not last year. The Texans were not an offensive juggernaut. The Ravens were not really Lamar Jackson did put up some great numbers. But if I look at the top 4 offensive teams right now, if I just had to guess based on last year's playoffs, and I'm going to just say the top 5, I think the top 5 offensive teams based on this list right here, it would be the Lions, the Cowboys, the Eagles, the Bills, and the Ravens. Those would be the top 5 offensive teams. A lot of people don't realize the Chiefs have continued to fall off because they just don't have the firepower around Patrick Mahomes that they once had. They just don't have the firepower. They don't. They just don't have the firepower. Ever since Tyreek Hill, people do not realize their offense has been on the decline. And you know what? I'll throw one more team in there. And I forgot about this team. And they didn't make the playoffs. So I'm going to throw the top 6 offenses. The other one is going to be the Cincinnati Bengals. Joe Burrow put up numbers. Not only did he put up numbers, he put up points. And there are a couple of questionable games. And I say there are 3 games that I saw on the Cincinnati Bengals played last year. There are 3 games that are very questionable that I believe they got cheated out of. I believe the Bengals, I'm just telling y'all, I'm not even a Bengals fan. I think there are 3 games they cheated the Bengals out of flat out last year. Flat out. But if you ask me right now, who would be the top 5 offensive teams in the league? The top 5. And you could kind of interchange between 5 and 6 or however you want to do it. But again, I think the top 3 from the AFC would be the Ravens, the Bills, and the Bengals. I think it'll be those 3. I think it'll be the Ravens, the Bills, and the Bengals. I think they'll be the top 3 offenses. I do think the Chiefs will probably be in there at number 4. But those are the top 3 teams. If you gave me the top 3 teams in the NFC, Cowboys, Rams, Lions. And if you think about the NFC, if the Cowboys really get their defense together, the Cowboys should actually be in the Final Four. There'll be no reason why the Cowboys don't make at least the conference. There's no reason why they don't make the conference, because they should be one of the top 4 teams. If you just ask me just on a whim who would be the 4th team, the Packers got a lot of offensive firepower. They got a lot of offensive firepower. I just don't know what they're going to look like on the back end. But I think it's the Cowboys, the Rams, and the Lions. And you could throw the Eagles in just on principle, simply because they're probably still going to have a top 3 running game in the league. So I see the Cowboys in that Final Four. And so when Dak said they're going to make the NFC Championship game, the conspiracy side of me says, yeah, it seems like he knew something. But the logic side of me says, when you add George Pickens to this offense and start using Kevontae Turpin in the way they're going to use him, and then you put in Jaden Blue, the Cowboys offense should be explosive. On paper. I'm going to continue to say on paper. We got to see it come together. And that's what I want to see from Brian. Because Brian is either setting himself up to be a genius or the laughingstock. He going to either be the genius or the laughingstock. One of the two. One of the two. But I'm very interested to see how it plays out. Very interested to see how it plays out. And I'll tell you this, if the Cowboys can get their defense together, watch out. Watch out. They're going to be crazy. Randy McIntyre said, gee, they're going to trade one of the edge rushers. They can. Absolutely they can. They got a bunch of them. Miss Matrix said, my brother told me the same thing. He said, put money on the Cowboys Super Bowl. He said, Super Bowl, yeah. I didn't feel like throwing my money in the fire. Boy, Miss Matrix, let me tell you something. If somebody bet on the Cowboys going to the Super Bowl and they go, ooh-wee, they going to be able to walk on their job and say, take this job and shove it. I ain't working here no more. 555 Calix. I'm going to tell you how I think the Joneses are thinking on this thing with the backup quarterback. I think they're just going to continue to develop Milton, and I think the Cowboys are going to be praying that Dak don't get hurt. Tyrone Church said Williams and Blue or starter running backs. Yeah, I think it's going to be Javonte, Jaden Blue, and I think Phil Maffa has worked himself into that thing too. Yeah, they're going to keep that dude. They're going to keep that dude. I'm telling you. Bo Peep. Bo Peep, the wise man, said cut Sloppy Joe. They ain't cutting Joe. Then they gave him a 5th round. Now they ain't cutting Joe. Domino said, I haven't seen anything to make me believe we can have a decent run game. Now, I'm going to tell you why I think they're going to have a decent run game. The Cowboys, some of the stuff that you saw them run against the Cowboys backups, they're not going to be able to run that stuff against the Cowboys starters. And I do believe that the Cowboys, again, I think they're going to be able to put up points. And I think that their passing game is going to open up some of the run game for them. And again, prepare yourselves. Brian Schottenheimer was never going to run the ball as much as people thought. I said this from the get-go. And Brian almost alluded to it even on DLLS. Brian is not, I'm telling y'all, man, Brian ain't running no ball 49% of the time. Brian ain't here to be the top rushing team in the league. Brian is just like a lot of these offensive coaches who used to be quarterbacks. Let me tell you what they do. They live through their quarterbacks. And when they get a quarterback that can throw it all over the field, you know what they do? They throw it all over the field. That's what they do. That's what they do. I'm telling you, Brian is not going to be able to resist. Brian knows. Man, I've seen Dak Prescott. Brian has to already have in his mind. I've seen Dak Prescott have multiple 4,000-yard passing years under play callers that I may very well be better than. Shoot. Man, this dude going to throw the ball, man. Brian going to throw the ball. But by him throwing the ball, it's going to help us run the ball too. It won't shock me if the Cowboys run the ball real well. But the problem I do believe is I think you need to have a run game that can also, I think you also need a run game that can also survive without the pass setting it up, because you may get in some of those playoff games and they may have an answer for you. You may run into a couple of games where you need to run to set up the pass. I hope that, but again, I think the Cowboys are going to be fine from that perspective. I do. Yeah, Tyrone Church, man. Tyrone, that's kind of where I was, man. He said it like it was a script, man. He said it like it was a script. Hey, you know what? Like I said, I don't want to go there. Justin Durham said, I think Dak may have been wishful thinking. Man, I'm telling you, he may have been. But boy, he said that with such confidence. I was like, nah, man, Dak act like he knows something this time. Dak act like he knows something. I'm telling you. He act like they know something, man. But I got what you're saying too. Christian said, wait. Boy, when you start this out with the Last Supper. Oh, you said the last Super Bowl. Boy, you didn't put the bowl in there. I thought you put making a Last Supper analogy. Christian said to G, he said, G, the last Super Bowl we won was 30 years ago. We beat the Bills this year, Super Bowl 60. We will beat the Bills. Christian, I said this last year. Boy, if the Cowboys were to play the Buffalo Bills in the Super Bowl, break the internet. They're gonna have to shut the whole country down that day. Josh Allen against Dak Prescott? The Bills against the Cowboys? Oh my gosh, it'll be crazy. And you know what? I'm gonna be honest with y'all. Y'all tell me what y'all think. I'm gonna be honest with y'all. I know some people might not like it. I think the NFL needs the Cowboys in the Super Bowl. I think this league needs the Cowboys in the Super Bowl. These Super Bowls have been boring. I'm sorry, these Super Bowls over the last few years have been absolutely boring. The NFL needs the most popular franchise in the world. They need the most popular franchise in the world, sporting franchise in the world. They need it to win a Super Bowl. Do we not understand how many dollars this makes for the NFL? How many deals it makes for the NFL? How many people get fed off the Cowboys? The NFL needs the Cowboys to go to the Super Bowl. They do. I'm sorry, they do. Christian, I agree. Tell me a defense that can defend all of our receivers. The Cowboys going to be a problem. That's why when I looked at that playoff picture from last year, I said Dak's on to something. I think Dak believes, based on what he knows about what shot he's going to call and all these things, I think Dak is thinking that we're going to be pretty much unstoppable if we stay healthy. If we stay healthy, we're going to be unstoppable. I believe it. And when you look at that playoff picture from last year, these teams, and these will be some of the same teams, but these teams have all taken a step backwards, except for the Rams. And the Cowboys have taken a step forward. Now, when you look at this, what move did the Eagles make this offseason that made somebody go repeat? What move did the Packers make? Now, I'm going to give the Packers credit. Matthew Golden, was that his name? Whew, they got a wide receiver core with the Packers. But the Packers, they were the last seed last year, so they could take a step. I don't know if anything the Buccaneers did that made everybody go, the Buccaneers made a step. I don't see anything the Commanders did that would say something, they made a step. The Vikings have made a step backwards. We don't know what the world J.J. McCarthy is going to be. The Lions, I believe, will take a step back. The Rams is the team other than us. The Rams made a huge move. Davante Adams is a huge move. Davante Adams and Puka Nacua are going to be a problem. That is a Super Bowl level move. It really is. But George Pickens and CeeDee Lamb is also a Super Bowl level move. It's a Super Bowl level move. But the thing about the George Pickens and CeeDee Lamb combination that gets me is Kevontae Turpin. Kevontae Turpin is the one player I never understood why Mike McCarthy never used him. And he would use him in spurts, but I never thought he used him in the right way. Get him in space. He was trying to turn him into a traditional go down the field. Oh, he's fast, just let him run down the field. Well, he's not that. It's not that he can't do it, but he's not that strong there. No, I'm not even trying to get Kevontae Turpin down the field. Just let him get it. Just get it to him in space. He'll get himself down the field. You get Turpin in space, he's going to outrun everybody. Cowboys got some weapons. I'm telling us the Cowboys have some weapons. They're going to be a problem for a whole bunch of teams. So when Dak said, we'll see you in the NFC Championship game, they are the two teams in the NFC that actually made two moves to where we might all be saying, their offense is going to be pretty good, man. Davante Adams and Puka Nacua? Whew. CD and George Pickens? Those are the top two wide receiver duos in the NFC. Devontae Smith and A.J. Brown aren't even close to those two wide receiver duos. At least I don't think they are. I don't think they're close. The two best wide receiver duos, and especially if you start talking about trios, it is none other than the Dallas Cowboys. It's the Dallas Cowboys. I'm telling you, Dak is on to something. For sure. Ron Hanna said, honestly, that's a good thing, G. We need to preach this. Dak see what he has this year and has a legitimate shot to reach the NFC Championship game. I think he does. I think Dak was looking at logistics. I don't even think he was wishful thinking. Daniel said, G, a family friend of mine who's a Lions fan told me that he isn't expecting Detroit to have the same season this year like they did last year. Man, let me tell you something. Boy, I think the Lions' year was last year, and they got decimated by injuries. And then you lose both of your OC and your DC. That's tough. That's tough. Yeah, it's the Rams. The Rams are the only team that has really made a step. It's us and the Rams. We made the two biggest, those two teams made the two biggest moves in the NFC. Davante Adams and Puka Nacua, George Pickens and CeeDee Lamb is bonkers. It's bonkers. I'm telling you. It's bonkers. And then when you throw Kevontae Turpin in that mix and how Brian is obviously going to use him in all kinds of ways, it is bananas when you think about it. It's bananas. Cowboys going to be a problem. I'm telling you, offensively, they're going to be a problem. Gabe says he thinks it's a possibility. He said Michael's different from the guys Jerry's dealt with in the past. I don't believe it. I don't think Michael's different. He's doing it different, but I don't think he's different. I think it's a real possibility that Michael sits out the season. And if he does, guess what? They get him an additional year. Nope. Nope. It ain't happening. It's not happening. Jerry would drag this soap opera as long as he's making money for him and the brand. It ain't happening. Michael's not holding out, man. Michael ain't missing $21 million. I don't believe it. Not only would he miss $21 million, he would give the Cowboys another year of having his rights. He got to play. Michael's got to play. He's in a rock and a hard place. He got to play. Yeah, Columbus, what's going on? Columbus, he said Matthew Stafford has a bad back, hasn't even practiced this offseason. Well, let me tell you this, they don't seem to be worried. They don't seem to be worried. They've been saying it. They said they're not even worried about it. Clay Banks Jr. said Dallas is a top 10 offense if Dak can stay healthy. I think they're top 5 if he stays healthy. Because they've been top 5. The one thing we can say about their offense, they've been top 5 before. They've been top 5. This is one of the reasons why I want the Cowboys to really work on that defense. I want the Cowboys to get a one-tech. I really do. I want them to get a one-tech. I want them to get a cornerback. I want them to really shore up that defense and have this thing ready. Because if your offense is what we think it can be, and you get a defense that can hold teams to 17 points, man, you'll win. If you can hold teams to 17 points with this offense, well, I mean, you can hold teams to 17 points and have this offense, oh, you're going to win a bunch of games. You're going to win a bunch of games. Ron Hanna said the scariest offense to face in the NFC to me is the Lions, but I like our offense to be better than the Lions this year. I do too. I think what the Lions have on us is a better running game, but I think we have a better passing game. And I think Shotty's going to use that passing game to the utmost fullest. All right, let's see if we got a Lisa Worley, what's going on? Good to see you tonight. Let's see if we got some interviews on DallasCowboys.com. I'm waiting on Brian Schottenheimer because I'm telling you, I want to hear what he has to say about this one. And I'm sure he's probably already interviewed. They probably hadn't posted it. Yeah, I'm very interested to hear what he has to say about this one. Very interested. Very, very interested. Because, again, I did like some of the stuff that I saw on the defense. I'm just telling you, I just think the result of the game was not the defense being terrible. I think the result of the game was the fact that the offense just let them get wore out. Just wore them out. I don't know any other way to explain it. I mean, when you only have the balls, 6 minutes in the first half, they were wearing the Cowboys defense out, man. They were wearing the Cowboys defense out. But I'm praying that the Cowboys get that defensive tackle, because I'm telling you, man, and you get that defensive tackle and they get some turnovers and they get like they did tonight. Booth got a touchdown and you can score points on defense. And you got this offense. Oh, man. Man. Gabe said exactly. Get a top defensive tackle, a better running back, maybe another wide receiver, and some draft capital Dallas can use while Michael is top value right now, everybody else. Shoot, man. Ron Hanna, I agree. Dak is about to cook like Brian had Russell Wilson doing in Seattle. I agree. Gwen Bowden said that man Dak standing on business. G-Money, what up? He said Dak said the same thing last year. Man, I don't know. The way he said it this year, man, it was so matter of fact. I was like, hey, man, does this dude know something we don't know? I'm just saying. But I wouldn't want him saying anything else. Lisa Worley said, I was watching the Fish Show and he was talking about, he said they really are thinking about trading Tolbert. When he says something, a lot of times it's true because he's got an inside scoop on everything. Yeah, it's starting to get a little louder, Lisa. Yeah, it's starting to get a little louder. Jalen Tolbert being traded. But you better make sure you trade him for something good. You better make sure you get something good for him. Because we got to find out what's going on with Mingo. We got to find out what's going on with Jonathan Mingo. This is why you can't be too quick to start letting people go. We need to see what's up with Mingo. Yep, we have to see what's up with Mingo before we run and just start saying, yeah, we going to trade Tolbert. Got to see. All right, let's see here. Like I said, I'm actually surprised that they hadn't brought Brian up there yet. I'm really surprised. All right, let's see if we can pull it up again. And like I said, I'm sure they've already brought him up. I can tell you right now, I'll be shocked if Brian says that this was only. I'll be shocked if Brian says again that this was only preseason. I'm pretty sure this game bothered Brian tonight. I'm sure this game bothered him. And I'm going to tell you why I think he's bothered. I'm sure he's bothered about Joe Milton. Because I think Brian thinks that he can turn Joe Milton into this super quarterback. And I think Jerry, I don't know, maybe Jerry is, I don't know. I'm just wondering. The whole thing with Joe Milton to me is just weird. The whole situation with Joe Milton is weird. But it seems like they are on a mission to try to prove themselves right about Joe Milton. But I'm pretty sure Brian could not be too happy tonight. Brandy, yeah, the Rams look good. The Rams look good. And I think the Cowboys are going to look good. I do. I think our first line of offense and defense, they're great. My concern has been the second line and again, the defense tonight looked a lot better. So I was pleasantly pleased. And again, takeaways. Our offensive line, the backups look great. Some of them were starters, but others were backup. They look great. The one thing Joe Milton he hasn't had to worry about time throwing the ball. They've been great. They've been great. I think the tight end play is going to be even better when Dak Prescott comes back. That man Bruce, what's up? He said hit that tip for G. Appreciate you, Bruce. He said G better than midnight oil. Pray Dak doesn't sprain a pinky because these. He said he prays that Dak don't sprain a pinky. But he said, but these backups is over. Man, you know what? We're going to have to talk about this next week. Man, we might even have to look. We might even have to look and see, okay, is there some backups out there? I mean, if we're really serious about doing what we're talking about doing. Tyrone Church, he said Jordan Love is good, but not great. Yeah, man. And again, Jordan Love got a contract based off of half a season. Do y'all realize Jordan Love literally got a contract based off half a season? And Jerry Jones could be literally looking at this differently than most people think. When you look at some of these David Mulugeta clients, they've signed these big deals and didn't do nothing. Didn't do nothing. Athletes first. They've signed some of these big deals. Jordan Love, what did he do? Only to get hurt and still don't look the same. I think people are hoping that he gets back to that half a season to where they beat the Cowboys in 2023. Christian Wilkins got him a big deal. Christian Wilkins is off the boat somewhere. I'm just saying, I don't think Jerry needs to have those kind of thoughts about Micah Parsons, because I think that they have put some players in place that's actually going to enhance Micah Parsons this year. And so I think Micah Parsons while he might not have a better year statistically, I think he may have a better year productively. I'm not worried about Micah Parsons getting 12 sacks, and I don't even care about that jump. I believe Charles Haley was more effective than Micah Parsons. And if you go back and look at the Super Bowl season when the Cowboys got Charles Haley in 1992, I thought he was more of a terror than Micah Parsons, making an impact in the regular season, the playoffs, and the Super Bowl. Charles Haley was more of an impact, and I don't think he had but 6 sacks. I don't think Charles Haley had more than 6 sacks that season. It's not the number of sacks that you're getting. It's how effective you are. It's when you get the sacks. I was saying this, and so people got mad when I was saying this about Micah Parsons before. I was saying this last year. We're talking about how many sacks he averages in a season. The guy from Cincinnati, 17 sacks, 17 and a half sacks per season for 2 seasons, 35 sacks. So tell me, when did he make them? Okay, it's great you can get sacks, but where are the impact sacks? Where are the sacks that changes a game? Where are the sacks that says that was the sack right there that took us to the Super Bowl? Because in an NFC championship game, he swatted his hand, he fumbled the ball, picked it up, and ran it in for a touchdown. Sometimes you got to take quality over quantity. This isn't poo-pooing on the number of sacks, but you're also looking at when do the sacks occur. What if you had an edge rusher? He got 20 sacks in a season. But what if they all came in the first 8 games? What if he had 8 sacks in the first? What if he had 20 sacks in the first 8 games? And your record is 6-2. But because he gets no sacks down the stretch, you still finish with a 10-7 record. No sacks in the playoffs, and you get knocked out in the first round. And then we come back around, start saying, yeah, but he had 20 sacks in 2024. Don't matter. It matters when things happen, too. It matters when things happen. But again, I don't think they're going to be worried about. I think they got enough players with Micah Parsons that I think now we're going to fix something that Micah Parsons had a problem with. Micah, to me, has had a problem with the impact plays. They got him some players to where he's going to be able to have some impact plays, I believe now. I think he is going to be able to now get those plays to where he makes a play that somebody goes, that was the play that helped us beat Kansas City. That play helped us beat Green Bay in the playoffs. Because teams are not going to be able to solely focus on him now. This is one of the reasons why I'm ready for Jerry. I know Jerry's going to sign him, so Jerry needs to sign him. Let's get this thing going. Lisa said we'll see. It's a 40% chance they trade Tolbert. We'll see. Justin Bradley said an offer showing for Michael. Yeah, it was. Corey, the Rams will do the Cowboys a favor and knock the Eagles out of the playoffs. Cowboys versus Rams for the NFC Championship game. Corey, it's not far-fetched. It's really not far-fetched. And Corey, if you look at that playoff bracket last year, you put the Cowboys in here. If the Cowboys are the number 1 and the Rams are the 2, or if the Rams are the Rams are the 1, the Cowboys are the 2, or vice versa, they are on opposite ends. They now become on opposite ends of this thing. The Eagles could very well do the Cowboys a favor and just obliterate teams going down the stretch, and the Cowboys obliterate teams going down in that playoff run, and just obliterate teams. I could very well see it happening. I really could. Christian Law, yeah. I believe we do too. And I think what makes us have a better receiving core is when you throw in Turpin. When you throw in Turpin and Jake Ferguson, I think that's what throws us over the top. I think that's what makes us better. Yeah, the Cowboys got some weapons. I'm telling you, these boys got some weapons. I'm feeling real good about the Cowboys. Real good about the Cowboys. Again, Brian's got some lessons to learn. Brian gonna learn about doing so much talking. Because they're gonna do exactly what Jesse Holley did. And because you do so much talking, people are going to start bringing points back up that you said, and they're going to be holding your feet to the fire. And that's all fine and dandy if everything is coming to fruition. But the moment you lose a big game, they destroy you. I'm rolling with Brian, though. Yeah, I'm rolling with Brian. But yeah, Lisa Worley, that story with Jalen Tolbert is starting to gain at least momentum outside of the Cowboys. I don't know if that story is gaining momentum inside of the Cowboys. That's where I'm kind of like pumping the brakes, Lisa. I'm pumping the brakes on it. From that perspective, I'm pumping the brakes. Okay, let's see what we do got a little article over here from Athlon Sports. Adam Schultz. He writes about the game tonight. Let's see what he wrote. As we're trying to wait out to see if Brian Schottenheimer is going to give us an interview tonight. I appreciate y'all rocking with me tonight. Hey, we don't went into Cowboys After Dark territory. Let's roll. All right, it says Adam Schultz writes headlines. Let me get my heads off here. Joe Milton's Cowboys versus Ravens. 3 offensive things to watch for. Okay, that was pregame. Okay, let's see what they were watching for. 3 things they were watching for. Number 1, Joe Milton's progression. Can Joe settle into the game a little quicker? Again, I don't think this was about Joe Milton, and I think Brian has probably come to this same conclusion. I don't think this was about Joe Milton settling in. It's not about Joe Milton settling in. He was missing wide open wide receivers. And rather than a progression, I believe we got a regression. Yep, we know he can throw the ball 90 yards, but we don't want to see that. Can he be accurate, play on time, and deliver catchable passes to his receivers so they can make a play? Didn't do it. There is plenty to like about Joe, but he is a raw prospect. I think different. I just don't think you need... The physical traits are great if they come along with a person that can actually play the position really well. But we have seen too many quarterbacks that haven't even had half of the physical attributes of Joe Milton, haven't even had a quarter of the physical attributes of Cam Newton. We have seen quarterbacks with way less physical ability win Super Bowls. Drew Brees, undersized quarterback. Peyton Manning with a neck injury. Tom Brady, his greatest muscle was his brain, because if you look at his physical traits, all of that stuff, no. Man, a lot of people don't realize some of the most physically gifted quarterbacks we've ever seen in this league, they don't have Super Bowls. They don't have Super Bowls. I pray that don't happen for Lamar Jackson. But Lamar Jackson seems to be on that road. They got to do something because he seems to be on that road. We saw Michael Vick go down that road. Michael Vick is one of the most talented quarterbacks I've ever seen in my life. Lamar Jackson going to realize real fast, bro, you don't get to keep getting to them AFC championship games and stuff, or even getting to them conference games, bro. Them things are hard to come by the older you get. Especially when you start talking about salaries and players moving in and out of your team. Sometimes even coaching changes. Man, let me tell y'all something. None of this stuff is promised. And so when you start talking about these physically gifted quarterbacks, that's why for me, this stuff about Joe Milton and all these, who cares about the physical traits? Who falls in love with that's just like a man falling in love with a woman with a big old butt. Okay? I tell my sons, I tell people all the time, looking good get old. Yeah, looking good get old because people get old. You marry a woman, you keep on thinking, yeah, man, I don't need her to cook. She look good. Wait till about 2 or 3 years. You running around spending all your money eating out. Malnutrition. House a mess. You'll find out real fast that it's not just about the physical looks of a woman. Same thing with a man. Women be going after, oh, this man, he muscles and blah, blah, blah. Can't keep a job. Can't pay the bills. Out cheating. Man, you got to look at the inner person. Inner beauty is what you're looking for. And when you're talking about quarterbacks, you're not concerned about the quarterback with the biggest arm. You're not concerned about a 6'5" quarterback. You're not concerned with a 250-pound quarterback. You're not worried about a quarterback that can throw the ball 95 yards. Those are the least things you should be looking for. How does he play quarterback? That's all I care about. Can he complete a 5-yard pass, 7, a 10, a 15, a 20, a 25? Can he throw it 40? And most quarterbacks can throw, because me right now, I can throw a 45-yard pass easy. I can throw a 45-yard pass. So can he throw the ball 40 to 50 yards? Can he do it? I'm looking for a guy who can not only throw those passes accurate, I'm looking for a guy who can read defenses, pre-snap, post-snap. I'm looking for a very smart quarterback. The physical stuff, I've seen it. We've been here and done it. We've been here and done it, and it just don't work the way people think it does. Ace Wade, what's going on? He said, preach, Pastor. Yes, sir. Preach that super chat. I'm not looking for all this stuff, man. And I believe this is Jerry Jones' problem, and I believe this is Brian Schottenheimer's problem, and I don't know which one of them that we're dealing with. That I don't know which one of these guys that we're dealing with that has this on their brain the most. They're looking at the physical attributes of Joe and saying we can turn him into this. Well, if you look at Joe Milton, this one right here, failure. Then look at the second one. Tyler Booker looked good. No, Tyler Booker looked good, I thought. I want to go back and look at the All-22 on him. It says, like many other watchers of the first preseason game, was rather shocked that first-round pick Booker didn't suit up, but it was part of Schottenheimer's plan. We would get to see Booker in action against the Ravens, and it would be our first time seeing him in live action. He looked good. He said, I make guys not love football anymore. Yeah, he looked good. Was Tyler's now famous quote after the draft. Let's see if he can back it up. His training camp performance suggests so. But here's to what we hope will be a solid debut for Booker. It was good. It was good. I'll give it to him. As for the run game, Deuce Vaughn, Jaden Blue, Bruised Hill, Moffa, Malik Davis, and Hunter Lipke stand to be the ones with the most to gain or lose from the game. Yeah. And who takes their chance could ultimately prove decisive when the Cowboys have to cut down their roster in the coming weeks. Do y'all know what's crazy about Hunter Lipke? I just don't think the Cowboys know what to do with Hunter Lipke. I just don't think they know what to do with him. I'm serious. I think Hunter Lipke is a great player. I just don't think the Cowboys know what to do with him. They have no clue what to do with Hunter Lipke. They don't. They don't know if they want him to be a fullback. They don't know if they want him to be a short yardage goal line specialist. They don't know if they want him to play a tight end. They don't know if they want him to line up at tight end. They don't know what the world they want to do with Hunter Lipke. And I think the Cowboys are going to continue to hold on to Hunter Lipke. And Hunter Lipke ain't going to do nothing for the Cowboys because the Cowboys don't know what to do with him. Hunter Lipke is one of these players, unfortunately, the Cowboys just literally may have to say. Eventually, they're going to have to say, man, we don't know what to do with him. And, you know, we talking about trading Jalen Tolbert, Lisa Worley. Well, we don't know what the heck to do with this dude. How about, has anybody ever thought maybe we could trade a player like Hunter Lipke? What has he done? I know we're saying what he can do. What has he done? Hunter Lipke is one of these players. Hunter Lipke is one of these players that we're holding on to because we know he's talented, but we won't admit that maybe he don't fit into what we do and we can't utilize the talent. He could be a trade candidate. They really ought to consider it. They might be able to get something for Hunter Lipke, man. Tell you, y'all tell me what you think. The heck are we doing? Yeah, internal thought. Yeah. The Lions are going to take a step back. Ben Johnson had a treasure trove of weapons. Not many people. Let me tell you something. And this is why I'm very interested to see what Brian Schottenheimer does. And I'm encouraged by Brian Schottenheimer because the one thing I know that Brian Schottenheimer will do, he's not so bullheaded that he says it's what I'm going to do and it don't matter what anyone else think. No, Brian looks around the league and sees what works. He did it in 2023. And it was him that brought that stuff to Mike McCarthy and said, hey, man, this is working around the league. Why don't we try it? Brian is not afraid, y'all, to look and see what's working in the league. And if it's working, he'll throw that wrinkle in his own game. So Brian is going to be able to use, I believe, all these weapons. Ben Johnson, one thing that Ben Johnson is good at, and this is why I think that Ben is going to suffer in Chicago, and he may very well be a failure. The Detroit Lions have a squad that their offense it's insane. The amount of weapons they have on offense is insane. And Ben was very good at utilizing all those weapons. Mike McCarthy with weapons couldn't use them. With Green Bay, he had Aaron Rodgers and great tight ends and running backs and all kinds of stuff. Mike never could figure out how to use them all either. So if Brian can figure out, and it seems like in training camp, because he's not showing none of this stuff in the preseason, but I'm encouraged because I've seen what he's done in training camp, and he's running all these exotic plays. Brian is going to try to utilize every piece of offensive weapon, every offensive weapon the Cowboys had. Every weapon the Cowboys have, he's going to try to use it. He's going to try to use it. So, but again, Hunter Lipke, though, I just don't know if he fits in. Cowboys could maybe consider trading Lipke. Gabe Guerrero said, G says Michael will fold like a cheap tent. I don't know if he's going to fold like a cheap tent, but boy, $21 million, Gabe, I ain't giving it up. He said, I think Michael's mentality is like young Jerry Jones. That's why Jerry got along with him so well. Man, Jerry likes Michael. Jerry banking on Michael crawling back on his hands and knees. You know what? I don't know if he is because, you know what, Gabe? David Mulugeta, he's a shrewd operator too. There's a reason why Jalen Ramsey be moving around. Shoot. There's a reason why Jalen Ramsey be moving around and some of the players that David Mulugeta have, why they be moving around. He'll stick to his guns too. Davion Wallace said, get a one tick in the cornerback ASAP. Yes, sir. I agree. Lisa Worley, that's in the immortal words of Jerry Jones, we got a contract. That's what Jerry keeps saying. He ain't going nowhere anyway unless they offer everything with the kitchen sink for him. And again, we got people out here talking about people throwing out trade offers, and I'm up in here laughing. Talking about they throwing out trade offers. Ain't nobody threw out a real one. Because I don't care what nobody say. They throw a real one out there? Shoot. Let them throw a real one out there. Brandy Mahoney, thank you for reminding me. David Mulugeta also has Watson. You think about some of these players that he's got these big contracts for. Man, he ain't even playing. Shoot, man. Jared, whew. DP the Great. Don't put that stuff out there, man. Don't even say it. Kimbo said, I did not say Broncos are wanting to trade from. Okay, wait. Joe Milton is a huge nightmare waiting to rule out season if that get hurt. Please don't let it happen. Gabe said, think of George Pickens being a free agent in 26. If he balls out with CD, Jerry going to have to pay him. Watch what I tell you. Watch what I tell you. Jerry and Steven are coming to George Pickens early. Book it. Jerry and Steven are coming to George Pickens early. I will not be surprised if they try to offer him somewhere around $27, $28, $29 million. They're coming to him early, I guarantee you. Yeah, Ron Hanna talks about Michael Parsons getting sacks in the playoffs. I think he will with the players they put around him. This would be a crazy year for Michael to lead the Cowboys. They got too much to help him now opposite of him on the edge. All right, let's look at the third thing that Athlon Sports said we need to watch for tonight and see how it came, what happened. And it looked like Joe Milton, that one didn't come. That one didn't work out. Tyler Booker, to me, worked out. Number 3. Let's look at the third one. Receiver depth chart log jam. Jonathan Mingo, Jalen Brooks, Trayshawn Holden, Ryan Flanoy, and Jalen Cropper will all get another chance to try and improve their chances of working their way up the depth chart and improve and potentially onto the 53-man roster. Man, I am praying that Jonathan Mingo does not have a major injury. Because it looked like he tried to kind of stomp that out or whatever it was. And then he kind of got to the sideline and he went down. I'm hoping that it wasn't serious. But because of because of Joe Milton, you really didn't see nothing from these wide receivers tonight. I just don't think you saw enough. I think the Jonathan Mingo grab was great. I mean, it was the only catch that he had. Holden didn't catch anything. I'm not sure if Flanoy only caught, one pass? Cropper, I don't think he caught anything. So, Jalen Brooks, I don't think he caught anything. So, I mean, when you think about it, I mean, they didn't get a chance to showcase nothing. Yeah, they didn't get a chance to show. Mingo, Flanoy had 2. Brooks had 1. Cropper had 0. Holden had 0. I mean, man. I just don't see how you get to see anything out of the wide receivers if you can't complete the passes. What do you get to see? Ugh. All right, they got another preseason game coming up, though, even though that one's going to be a bona fide dress rehearsal. Man, I'm excited for that first game of the season on that Thursday night. Woo-wee. All eyes on Brian Schottenheimer and the Cowboys. Oh, man, Mingo hurt his PCL, according to Archer. Oh, man, that's terrible. All right, let me go over here on X. I'm going to create a section of the show when the season starts called What's on X. Oh, I see it. Let's look over here on X. Why not? Todd Archer. Cowboys fear Jonathan Mingo suffered an injury to the posterior cruciate ligament, PCL, in his right knee, according to multiple sources, set for an MRI Sunday to determine severity, but he could need time to recover. Lisa Worley? Jalen Tobin ain't going nowhere. It ain't happening. Look at what Cowboys Fan Talk posted, y'all. Cowboys Fan Talk, I feel you, bro. Cowboys Fan Talk said, I feel like I got bamboozled getting caught up in the Milton hype. Oh, boy. Oh, boy, bro. Yep. I'm telling you, man. I'm telling you. It's crazy. It's crazy. Yeah, man. I bet it's a lot of people feeling like that. Yeah, I bet there's a lot of people feeling like that, boy. Ooh-wee. I bet there's a lot of people feeling like that, man. Okay, so it looks like Brian Schottenheimer has talked. They just have not posted it yet. John Machota is over here reporting that Cowboys coach Brian Schottenheimer on quarterback Joe Milton. It says, I wouldn't say I'm concerned. See? It's this talk right here. Brian's got to stop this. We didn't get in a rhythm. It wasn't just Joe on the backup quarterback job. I feel like I don't have to decide anything today on having a backup quarterback I could trust. He says, I think we have to believe that. I think we do believe that. I'm not panicked. What do we expect him to say? What do we expect him to say, guys? So I'm not knocking him for what he's saying. I just hope he don't believe it. I just don't think I just hope he don't believe it. Did I not say this tonight? Look at what Michael Mosher said. Joe Milton is actively hurting the development of everyone else on the Cowboys offense. Yep. Look at what Jesse Holly said. Not being able to do vanilla correct is not concerning to y'all. I'm just saying. I'm telling you, it's one thing when you're saying you're doing stuff vanilla. But when the vanilla ain't look at Nicole Hutchinson. I know Shotty said this preseason is going to be vanilla, but that means you've got to be able to execute on the simplest things. I'm telling us, no success in either of these first two preseason games with that. None. Calvin Watkins said Cowboys can't stop the run or generate an offense with some consistency through two preseason games. Now again, woosah. We're talking about the backup. We're talking about the backups. We're talking about the backups, but we still want to see progress in our backups. And we didn't see it. We didn't quite see it. Stargazer says offenses look bad. She says we have to just call it how it is. Mr. Compete every day is not looking for looking the part so far. I guess he's hoping Dak, CD, and George going to save him. He's on thin ice, and I'm not letting up on him because he did all that talking. Didn't I tell y'all? This is where people are. Didn't I tell y'all? There are going to be a lot of people saying this stuff. There's going to be a lot of people saying this stuff because he does so much talking. Man, you got to learn, and I hope Brian learns. Look at this right here. Look at this right here. I think it's a perfect fit. Wow. Say it ain't so. Say it ain't so, y'all. Say it ain't so. But I'm telling you, this is where this stuff is all going with Brian. So I am hoping and praying for Brian's success in the first 4 games. I really am. Patrick, No C. Walker, it was my first one. I always had my mind. I want to pay that homage to Deion Sanders, the best to ever do it. Yeah. Boo for doing that, Deion. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. I like it. All right, let's see what else on next. Let's keep going. Okay, Jay Tuck talking about the Backstreet Boys. Let's see here. Cowboys fan talk. He said this not going to work. We need another running back. Wow. I'm not so sure yet we need another running back. I would have liked to have seen Javonte Williams and Phil Maffa get more. I would have liked to have seen Javonte Williams, Phil Maffa, and Jaden Blue all back there. So I'm not going to jump there yet, but I do see what Cowboy fan talk is talking about. Let me see here. Tommy Yarish, he said, while head coach Brian Schottenheimer is going to use this is just a preseason game excuse, he's not worried about the team after back-to-back up and down performances. We're not pushing the panic button. We're pushing the work button. See? See, he's saying all the right stuff. He's saying all the right stuff. But Brian is going to learn. Brian is going to learn. You better put your, hey, you better cash them checks. Look, this didn't age well, did it? I ain't gonna play the sound, even though they not on no more, so I don't even know if they can copyright strike us. This didn't go over well, did it? Marcus Mosher said, good reminder why you shouldn't watch shows where the hosts aren't watching the games. The facility. Dak Prescott find a realtor because Joe Milton can play. Yes, sir. Y'all remember this one? Boy, I'm rolling over here. Uh-oh, DMV fanatic. He is admitting it. He said, yeah, I was wrong about Milton. Our defense was just trash in practice. Boy, I'm loving it. Boy, I'm loving it. I'm loving it, boy. Man, I love it. Uh-oh, I see attack on the Cowboys. Attack on the Cowboys like he was at the game. Sitting in the end zone. I see you I see you, AOC. Look at what Tom Dowdy said. Tom Dowdy said, if Foy isn't healthy, this team is cooked. Dan Rogers said, I'll be glad when the Deuce Vaughn experiment is over in Dallas. I just don't get it. We're going to have to admit it, guys. Hunter Lipke, Deuce Vaughn. We're going to have to admit it. These are talented players. I just don't think they work for the Cowboys. I don't think they know what to do with them. Boy, I'm telling you, boy, the internet is undefeated. The internet is undefeated. You be running around here saying all this crazy stuff. You better remember it's coming back. This was a nice throw by Milton, but again, it seems like the only thing that Milton has is the deep ball because he can throw so far. But again, that's what's on X. We're gonna have an entire section dedicated to that every football season. I think it'll be cool to do, and we'll interact with people right here on live. John Machota says, Cowboy players who didn't play in their first preseason game who are expected to play some today. And okay, we already saw that today. See? Cowboy fan talk. He's saying the same thing I said. Better push something. We got less than 3 weeks to tighten up. Look at this. We're not pushing the panic button. We're not asking you to push the panic button. But we are asking you. Bro, you better get a little sense of urgency. Jay Tuck said, well, Javonte Williams won the running back one. I think so too. Not sure how you evaluate running backs that hasn't played contact football yet, but let's get it. After a few drinks, he looks like... Jay Tuck said he looked like a Mario after a few drinks. Boy, you got me rolling up in here, mate. All right, that's what's on next. Yeah, we're gonna do that big as the season comes in, man. Yeah, we'll do that, man. We got a lot. I'm gonna make sure follow some more Cowboy content creators, and we'll get some more reactions live after these games. But man, I'm telling you, boy, so many people were hyped up on Joe Milton, man. I'm telling you, and I'm telling you, man. I was saying from the beginning on Joe Milton. I was glad the Cowboys got Joe Milton, man. But Joe Milton, I knew what he was. The Big Rumbowski said, no teams hold fullbacks on their rosters anymore, so you're not going to find a trade partner. Jimmy and Steven won't cut Lipke because he's one of our guys. Rumbowski, we are making a mistake with this dude. It's not that he's bad. He just don't fit. Lipke don't fit on this team. He don't. Starvid said, hope coach don't turn into the Clapper 2.0 because he was dubbing everybody up. Yup. Lisa said, I think we can get something for Lipke because he's good. And I like carrying the field a full bit. We got so many good running backs, we might carry Lipke. I would try to trade him. I would. Ty Howard said, I know this is just preseason, but it felt horrible watching Joe Milton. Hey, this ain't just preseason. That's what they're evaluating him for. He didn't look good. Joe Milton misses easy throws, and he didn't look locked in. The whole team didn't look locked in. They don't look locked in when he's out there. You're right. Daniel said, Todd Archer said that Mingo could miss multiple weeks. Yep. Tolbert is in like Flynn. Yeah. Not that I didn't think Tolbert was already going to be the third receiver, but he's definitely the third receiver. But that also means, boy, hey, let me tell you something. Mingo going to learn something. Your best ability is availability. With the way Trayshawn Holden playing, let me tell you something, bro. I'm playing with man, I'm telling you, I got to get 3 and 4 opinions. I got to get me 3 or 4 opinions. I ain't trying to miss no playing time. I'm not trying to miss no playing time when you got a player like Trayshawn Holden out there. I'm not doing it. I'm not doing it, man. You got guys like that. Shoot. Boy, you better. Your best ability is availability. I'm just telling you. You mess around and get out there. You mess around and get out there and get hurt and somebody playing like Trayshawn Holden. They'll be cutting you. They don't have a lot of money tied up in him. They got a 4th round pick. They don't have a lot of money tied up in him. The Newhouse fam up in the crib. What's going on with your Newhouse fam? Newhouse fam said I fell asleep on the game. Boy, woo. Newhouse fam said Jerry got to do better. Boy, Big Robowski said, doesn't matter if Jerry and Steven come to Pickens early. Mula Getter's his agent. He's going to tell Pickens to wait and test the free agent market in the offseason. Well, I can tell you this, Big Robowski. I hope it still don't stop him from coming to him. They still got to come to him. They better offer him during the season. Yeah, Lisa, I would take the preseason a lot more serious. I'm not saying that I would take it serious as far as winning, but I would take it serious as far as my players winning battles. And we didn't win some battles, but again, we're top heavy. I think the starting lineup is going to be great. We got to keep trying to tweak our backups. I'm very interested to see what shakes down after tonight. Teams are going to start cutting players, and so I want to see what they're going to do. The Big Rombowski said, of course, the wide receivers had terrible nights. They had the football fly past it before they even got to break out their routes. Boy, I told y'all, man. How do you even evaluate Brandon Cup? How do you even evaluate the wide receivers tonight, man? How do you even evaluate the wide receivers, man? How do you do it? Man. Yeah, Tolbert ain't going nowhere, man. Yeah, Tolbert ain't going nowhere. Tolbert ain't, and I'm telling you, I think Tolbert is one of our guys too. And Tolbert is a hard worker. The Cowboys like his progression. He's not going anywhere. Boy, let me tell you something, Gobble Fett, you joking, but it actually sounds true. Milton plays like his daddy is the coach. Bro, that's a true statement. He plays like his daddy is the coach, like he ain't got nothing to worry about. Ron Hanna said PCL is at least 8 games. If not serious, but if torn, that's the season. Yeah, you could tell the way he was moving, something wasn't right. Louis Bailey, he said, yeah. He said, I feel that's what the famous saying it ain't so, Joe. Say it ain't so. Oh. But again, y'all feel me when I'm telling you. Our starters, I think they're going to be fantastic. Our starters are going to be fantastic. We just gotta continue to pray for health. Our starters are going to be fantastic. I think as long as we're healthy, we're going to be hard to stop regardless, even defensively. Brandon Cupp, the defense to me played good. The defense just couldn't sustain when you played the whole first half. Minus 20, 25, 26 minutes. Lisa said, good. I'm not glad Mingo hurt, but good for Toe. Lisa, you know what? I've always wondered if backup players be hoping that starters get hurt. And maybe not so much that they get hurt, but I definitely believe that they don't feel bad when they do get hurt. Gabe said Mingo couldn't impact the team at 100%. Golly, Gabe just said it. Gabe said, how's he going to ball out recovering from a PCL injury on his knee? They got him under contract for 3 more seasons, if I'm not mistaken. So this might be a lost season for Mingo. Lost season for Mingo, and Tolbert gets to capitalize on it. Yeah. Does anyone want to even be there? Yeah, I think they love playing for the Cowboys. Ron Hannah said, Brian, you need your eyes checked. See, this got me wondering, man, who is this thing with, what is going on with this? See, and people thought I was crazy. I'm telling you, y'all gonna call me a prophet before it's over. Was I not saying this the last game? I said something is wrong with this. Something is wrong with this, man. Something is wrong with this. They are so on Joe Milton. Meanwhile, Dak Prescott is at home laughing. Miss Major said exactly. It's a problem when the vanilla look like chocolate boo boo. It is. All right, let's see here. Let's see if we got this thing with Brian. I want to see if we get this in before I get off here tonight. It's obvious that he's at his press conference. They just hadn't posted on DallasCowboys.com. I really want to hear what Brian has to say tonight. Yep. I want to hear what Brian has to say tonight, y'all. I really do. Man, let me show y'all what Cowboy Fan Talk saying over here, bro. This dude got me over here rolling, man. Boy, this dude got me over here rolling. Y'all look at what Cowboys Fan Talk posted. Joe, bro, am I that bad? Dak, yes. Oh, boy, I'm over here, boy. Boy, this dude over here, boy, got me rolling. Man, this dude, boy. This dude got me rolling over here, boy. Man, he ain't lying, though. Boy. Fuster King said, never panic over preseason, but it's okay to state the obvious. That's what I've been saying. People think it's an overreaction. No, it's a reaction. An overreaction would be saying the season is over. The season is over. We're going to be good. But, hey, it is what it is. The offense looks terrible, and the run defense is still a major concern. Yeah. This dude, Jesse Holly, though, went crazy over here. Jesse Holly said, I'm wilding, but I don't think the Cowboys' backup quarterback is on the current roster. Did I not just say it earlier? Maybe the Cowboys should actually start considering who's the best backup quarterback available. Who's the best quarterback available out there, man? I mean, seriously. Who's the best quarterback left out there? All right, we're going to go to 105.3 The Fan real quick. Boy, we're going to have ourselves a ball this week. listening to Jerry and Steven, because I'm pretty sure they're finna start back up on 105.3 The Fan. I can't wait to hear what they say about tonight, about tonight's loss. All right, we're going to try to get Brian Schottenheimer. We're giving a few more minutes before we get off here tonight. I really want to hear Brian Schottenheimer because, again, Brian is going to learn that people are going to hold you accountable for what you're saying. And all they're going to do is throw it back in your face. And so that's why I said this last Sunday in the pulpit. Sometimes the best policy is to say nothing. Sometimes the best policy is to say nothing. Don't say nothing. Don't give them nothing to talk about. Because if you give them something to talk about, they're going to talk about it. They're going to talk about it. But again, I guarantee you, you are going to have some of the craziest overreactions on Monday from the 3 and 4 letter networks. Boy, they are going to be all over this, talking about same old Cowboys and blah, blah, blah. I'm not going there because while I can get with the fact that it's the preseason, and I do think that the Cowboys, the starting offense and defense, I think they're going to be great. And it don't mean they're going to hit the ground running. I hope they hit the ground running, but I'm also of the understanding it's a possibility we don't hit the ground running. Because we have not played any starters. We haven't played any starters the entire, or we haven't played our quarterback, our wide receivers. We haven't played the entire starting lineup. We haven't played them together not one time this preseason other than training camp. So, praying for a fast start, but we'll see how it goes. Troy Williams said it take y'all years to make a decision on guys. He said y'all still thinking Mozzie has something. Boy, Troy Williams, Troy Williams, do not say that to certain people, boy. They will go nuts on you for saying that. Lewis Bailey said, Lisa, vanilla in sports means that we are not showing you anything good. Yeah, but and again, we're not showing you anything as far as our plays, but there should be some execution. They're not showing execution. Oh, hold on, my man Antoine Jones said, much love, but you're not right now. He said, James is hasty. My dad, frat brother, homie. I got the far back plus. Okay. I feel you, Antoine. I see you. Give me a little bit more clarity on that, though. Gabe said, my thoughts on Jalen Tolbert. The only positive thing I can say is the chemistry he has with Dak. Facts. CD and Cavante Turpin on and off the field. Facts. Doesn't move the needle for me and is a second-string wide receiver at best. But being a second-string wide receiver with CD Lamb and George Pickens, shoot, that's good. Because as a matter of fact, when you think about it in the grand scheme of things, you put Cavante Turpin's numbers up last year against those other people, shoot, Tolbert ain't too bad. His stats are up there with the top 5 third receivers in the league. He up there. Yeah, Tolbert is up there. Oh, dang it, man. I meant to tell you, that thing did not come through. Resend it. You know what? I'll check in my spam. But I look forward to the other night it didn't come through. Quinn Scott said, if you think about drink, he said, if you think I'm going to drink that builder juice and like we're here, you're out of your mind. This man, like I see scary movie. Says I see scary movie characters, man. Woo. Woo, man. They said, I think we have a better running game. He'll fit better with Lipke. Lipke's, I'm telling you, Lipke is just going to be one of these guys that we're just going to have to finally let him go because we just don't know what to do with him. Ace Wade said, how the receiver supposed to catch the bullets by Joe Milton that he calls passes? Or, man, hold on a second. Let me see if I can find it. Let me see. Let me see if I can find that. Let me see if I can find that note. Let me see if I can find that note I had from the other day, boy. I will see if I can find that video, boy. That video still be having me laughing, man, with them dudes. Them dudes with Joe Milton. Man, them dudes, man, that video never gets old to me. I'll have to find it. But boy, they had me laughing. Y'all remember that skit them little dudes did about Joe Milton? I'm gonna see. I'm gonna have to go back and find that, boy. So I'm gonna have to bookmark that. That is one of the funniest videos, man. Let me see. Last Sunday would have been. I'm gonna have to go back and find it, but boy, that video is crazy to me. When they show them kids are messing with Joe Milton, talking about Joe Milton throwing them bullet passes to them to each other, talking about catch them. Shoot, man. Whew. Let me see if I can get it over here.
Damn! Why you throwing it so hard for? Catch the ball!
Y'all remember this right here?
I'm just right here. You didn't have to throw it that hard. Hit. What the fuck? I'm right
Y'all remember them little kids?
here.
Boy, these people crazy with this skit right here, boy. They were crazy. Look at this. They said this is Joe Milton.
What? Damn! Why you throwing it so hard for? Catch the ball. Then what you mean? I'm just
Boy,
right
y'all
here.
excuse
You
the
didn't have to
language,
throw it
baby.
that hard.
Boy, they had me rolling.
Hit. What the fuck? I'm right here.
Boy,
Why
look
you
at
talking like that? There's nobody even on me.
boy, they killed me with this skit, boy.
What the
Boy, these jokers crazy, man. Boy, these jokers are crazy, boy. The internet is undefeated, man. Ooh, boy, this boy. The internet is undefeated, man. But again, man, we're gonna try to give it a few more minutes. I'm trying to get this thing. I'm trying to get this thing. Trying to hear Brian Schottenheimer, but might not be able to hear him tonight. All right, let me get this thing right. All right. But again, I'm telling you, man, Cowboys, whew. Brian gonna learn though, boy. Brian gotta learn. Boy, Brian, you gotta stop giving these people ammunition, man. Because they're gonna use all this stuff when the season starts. Christian, let me see. Christian, appreciate that super chat. He said, Christian, boy, you tripping over here. Chris said, can we get a brisket on Tyler Huntley instead of Milton? Shoot, man. I think Huntley been looking pretty good, too. Rufus, appreciate that super chat. Rufus said, I've said this before. He said, Cinderella Team 3.0. They're going to surprise a lot of teams and haters. A lot of teams and haters. I'm looking at 12 or 13 wins. I love what Jerry and company has done this year. True fan. Yeah. Yeah, I'm with you. Rufus again. Our starters are going to be fine, man. Boy, yeah, our starters are going to be fine. Boy, wait a minute, guys. Hold on a second. Let me show y'all this. Big Ron Bowski, you're going to appreciate this one. Look at what Cowboys Fan Talk posted on X. He said Joe Milton better not do another dang on backflip. Boy, I give up. Boy, Boy, I give up, boy. Boy, I give up. Ooh-wee. Boy, I give up. I'm telling you though, man. I just stick to my original premise. I don't blame Joe Milton. And I ain't talking about Cowboys fan talk because I don't think he was one of the people that was hyping up Joe Milton per se. I don't think he was one of them. But the media, boy, they was showcasing this dude like all through training camp. Rocket Joe, Bazooka Joe. And I was like, we giving a man we giving a player a nickname who not even a starter? Now we ready to run him out of town. Now we ready to run him out of town. That's why I tell people all the time, don't let people build you up because they build you up, they can tear you down. And they built him up, and now they gonna tear him down. And Joe Milton's confidence, because it seems like he has very fragile confidence, the way that Brian Schottenheimer is talking about him, it seems like his confidence is very fragile. That's what it seems like to me. It's like you can't say anything realistic about him because I guess they feel like his confidence will be shattered. Not to mention, I think Jerry didn't want to be right on him. Dang, said I was on Law's live stream yesterday and I talked about the current state of the team and about Michael's situation as well. Yeah, Michael gonna be fine though. Brandy said it. She just put it plain. Brandy said, this is Milton. Yeah. Ace Wade said, they're some of the funniest guys on the planet. They make great content. Man, they gotta be rolling, bro. Oh, you talking about those dudes who do that skit? I'm gonna have to go follow them, man. I'm gonna have to go follow them, man. Cause boy, that skit is hilarious, boy. That thing is aging like fine wine, boy. That skit is aging like fine wine. Poobie D, what's going on with you, man? What you think about the game tonight? David Wallace says Shady McCoy somewhere looking dumb for his take on Milton. Boy, the internet is undefeated, Davion Wallace. Not only is his show canceled, and those are the kind of takes they did. Not only is the show canceled, but he getting to see good thing the show not on no more. Boy, I bet you people all on Shady McCoy timeline though, boy. I bet they all on his timeline. Big Ron Bowski said if he's so fragile, then put him where the fragile NFL players belong on the waivers list. Big Ron Bowski, there's got to be something up, man. Christian, I said this, man. I said it. Nobody's going to convince me that Mike Vrabel passed up on Joe Milton. If Joe Milton was really pushing the starting quarterback. There's no way no coach would do that. That's exactly what you want. Because he might very well turn out to be your starter. And for a cheap price. There's no coach that would do that. Oh, Poobie D Mingo. Yeah, man, that's terrible news. Poobie D, that's terrible news. Terrible news, man. Terrible news. I hope it ain't true. That is terrible news if Jonathan Mingo is gone for the season. Because I believe that Joe Mingo was going to help down the stretch of the season. I really do. I think he was going to help. Daniel Rogers said, I think that Wilkins and Gilmore are going to be targets for the Cowboys to go get. But remember, Wilkins could be out until week 8 due to his foot. Can you wait that long? Man, shoot. We're going to see. We're going to see. We're going to see. I'm just telling you, though. I'm still going to reserve final judgment on the Cowboys run game until we see them against the Philadelphia Eagles. And the reason why I say that Eberflus's defense. I've told y'all this. Y'all have heard it. We did the research on it. Matt Eberflus's defense is not predicated on the one tech. It's not. It's not predicated on the one tech. His defenses are predicated on the three tech and having those linebackers kind of lining up behind those defensive tackles, and the linebackers play a huge part in his run stopping game. So maybe when the first team defense gets out there, it looks totally different. I'm going to reserve full judgment until we can see this defense into about game 5. Into game 5. Because, guys, we're going to have to accept this for what it is. The Cowboys may very well go into the season without getting anybody. I don't think they're going to do it, but they may very well do it. They may very well do it. They may go into this season and not do anything and just say we're going to roll with the players we have. So if they do, we're going to be that's kind of where we're going to be. All right, let's see here. I went to DallasCowboys.com. Looks like we might have a Brian Schottenheimer interview over there and not on. Yeah. Okay, let's see. All right, guys, let's check out this Brian Schottenheimer interview. Post-game conference. Post-game press conference. Let's rock. Let's roll. Let's get it. Brian Schottenheimer.
Calvin Watkins, Dallas Morning News. How concerned are you about Joe Milton right now?
I wouldn't say I'm concerned. Again, he, we didn't get into rhythm offensively. It's, what we did in the first half against the Rams. I think came out with a little bit of a different mindset in terms of trying to run the ball. They got him. They fooled him a little bit on the safety on the third down there. We're trying to get the ball out of his hand fast, and they showed down one side, Calvin, and brought the blitz from the other side, and it just spooked him. And he's got to try to throw that ball away. His feet were kind of talking to him, but it wasn't just Joe. We got to be able to run the ball better. Got to take care of the football. He throws the ball with a lot of tempo. I thought Hunter had a ball. He could have made a catch on the over. And again, you hit a couple of those things, and it gets you going. Sometimes, you need somebody to help you make a play. And I don't think we did a great job of that. I just told the guys, I said, hey, the bottom line is this, we're not going to say that that's just a preseason game. We're not just going to say, oh, we'll be fine. We're
Have I not been saying this? We have to stop saying this is just a preseason game, because it don't match saying you're creating all this competition, ping pong tables in the locker room, competing shooting free throws. But Brian already started beating his own argument. Brian beat his argument when he didn't let Will Grier compete for the second job. He's not letting Will Grier compete. We got to see what Joe Milton is. And then it doesn't match. You're saying be competitive. And I understand all the vanilla stuff. You don't want to show any of your ammunition. But to come out and to come out and just lose, and not just lose, to almost not even be competitive. This Milton game was worse than the last one. And this game didn't even let the doggone other receivers compete. You can't say it's just a preseason game, because it defeats the whole thing you're saying.
going to look at it, because the fact that we really lost both halves, that is something that we have to get corrected. There's too many good football players, too many good coaches for us to perform the way that we did tonight. So we'll look at the film. We'll find out the things that we did well. There'll certainly be a ton of corrections that we have to make, and we'll dive in first thing in the morning.
And I do think we again, I hope we continue to tweak our second-level players. Don't grow content with our second-level players. Continue to tweak, and whatever you see get released out there, if it's better than what we have, bring it in. Bring them in for a tryout. See if they can contribute to this team, and don't be afraid to put some of these players we really like. Put some of those players on the practice squad. Put them on the practice squad and bring somebody in if you think they're better. Do it.
Before we broke camp, you said, I don't have a backup. After seeing Joe for 2 weeks, and you got one left, do you still feel that way?
Yeah, again, I feel like I don't have to decide anything today. We keep letting these guys practice.
Brian Schottenheimer is going to learn. Not to answer is to answer. Let me ask y'all a question. If Joe Milton had been out there tearing it up, if Joe Milton had 300 yards passing, 200 yards passing the first game with 2 touchdowns, 300 yards passing the second game with 3 touchdowns, do you think that when they were asking, do you think when they would ask Brian Schottenheimer if he had a backup quarterback, do you think he would be saying this right here? Do you think he'd be saying, yeah, we don't have to answer that right now? I'm pretty sure he would be saying, Brian is everything we thought he was. Everything we thought he was and more. Brian's a backup quarterback in this league. Brian's a starter in this. Joe's a starter in this league. How much you bet they'd be saying all that stuff? Nope. To answer is not to answer. Daniel said, G, after 1 week, you sign Wilkins on the cheap. That isn't guaranteed money. If he works out, you keep him. But if he doesn't, then you can cut him and not lose money. I'm telling you, the longer he stays out there. Ron Hanna says, sounds like a lot of uncertainty going on. Yeah. Antoine Jones playing the devil's advocate. He said, he could be playing Milton because he is vanilla and not showing anything. No, they're trying to, they wanted to show the Rams that even with a vanilla Milton, they wanted to show you that Milton could throw it all over the park. But paper waves, I said it before, I already knew what Joe Milton was. I did a lot of deep diving on Joe Milton. I already knew what Joe Milton was. And I know that these other teams, you cannot tell me the Cowboys are the smartest team in the room. That 31 other teams, with 6 of those teams needing starting quarterbacks, went and looked at Joe Milton's film from New England and passed on him and were not even willing to give up a 5th-round draft pick, and we want to believe that the Cowboys are the smartest team in the NFL. I'm not giving that to us. I never was buying it. Nobody can convince me that Mike Vrabel wanted to give up on a quarterback. If Joe Milton was really that good, you can't convince me that Mike Vrabel would have passed up on him. Heck no, Mike Vrabel was keeping him. Yep, bam, bam, book knowledge doesn't translate to the field. Feels like Shotty just throwing noodles to see if they stick. All right, let's have some more Brian Schottenheimer. Let's see.
I just told the guys, get ready, because, the couple practices this week are going to be really physical, and we have to. But it's like all these position battles. We don't have to decide anything now. I think, like with the receivers, we were trying to get a good look at a couple of those guys that were fighting for those spots, and I thought a couple guys stepped up and did a nice job. I thought, Flournoy had a couple nice catches. Mingo made a great catch down the.
Now, notice he said Flournoy had a couple of great catches. That's all he had. He's not evaluating this from they had multiple catches and there was out of the 5 catches, there were 2 of them that were like really great. And out of 3 of them, Mingo caught one great one. No, that's all they caught.
Boundary. And then, I felt like we kind of shot ourselves in the foot with penalties when we would get some momentum. And so we got to be cleaner.
Clarence Hill, Dallas Cowboys. comes to you got off to a slow start again, and that's something you're not doing as well. It's not just not having plays, but you're not getting first downs, which contributes to that. And why are you not concerned with the backup quarterback, Joe Milton's play, whatever, when opposite side of the field, you got a guy, Cooper Rush, who's won games here, and it shows you what you want in a backup quarterback. Do you know these guys can win games if something has to happen to Dak Prescott?
Yeah, I think we have to believe that. I think we do believe that. I think, again, when you put a game plan together for these guys and, whether you're playing with Joe or you're playing with Will, you're going to have a plan of how you want to play. Hey, look, Cooper Rush has played in this league for a long time. What he did tonight, it didn't surprise anybody in the first half. I mean, I've seen him do that for the last 3 years. And so Joe Milton's in year 2, and so, again, I'm not panicked. Again, it's not just them. It's us as coaches. It's the other players. It's all that. But
Dak was better than Cooper Rush in his year 2, though.
Again, we just, we have to balance up the time of possession. We had the defense out there for over 40 minutes. That's too long.
Killed them.
Why is that? Well, we weren't very good on third down.
Yeah, you killed them.
Better on third down. And they had a couple of wrinkles in the blitz game that we need to handle a little bit better. But for the most part, it's just really us executing. Or tonight, not executing.
When you said that he should have thrown the ball, you were talking about the interception or you were talking about the sack safety?
Ask it again.
When you said he should have thrown it away?
Yeah, so we were backed up. We had the negative play, so we called a quick answer. They showed down, and his feet were he was holding on the slant. We were trying to throw a little flat slant combination, and they had 2 free runners, so that was on him. Should have thrown away, yeah. And that's, and again, like every opportunity you get when he comes over, you're teaching, you're coaching, and you're saying, hey, they showed down, they brought the pressure over here, and you're not going to yell and you're not going to scream. You're going to just teach. And the thing I love about Joe is when you talk to him, he's like, you're right. They got us with a cover 0, late in the game. And he was trying to do right and made a call. And there's a couple other things he probably, could have done a little different.
Brian Todd Archer with ESPN. You said you want to be a physical team on both sides of the ball.
Ron, I agree with you, man. Brian, it's okay to be wrong. But I understand Brian doesn't want to admit he's wrong, but it's okay to be wrong. Pure Gaming said, watch Jalen Cooper taking up wide receiver reps. You talking about Cropper? Paperweight said, my team's in the building phase, man. I'm not worried about who we beat. I'm more focused on showing improvements and building around our future in Drake, okay? Hold on. Gabe said, as far as Joe Milton goes, Mike Vrabel got firsthand look and decided he wasn't the long-term backup to quarterback Drake May. Enough said, say less. Gabe, he was right. Because ain't nobody can convince me that Mike Vrabel, he's the same guy that went out and drafted the quarterback. I can't remember his name. It was Malik or can't remember the guy's name. You can't convince me that he would have let go of Joe Milton because he was pushing Drake May. Shoots, no. No, he's keeping it. He actually probably would have let him push him out the door if he's that good. Trade Drake May. Shoot, you trade him. But he was on point.
Where do you think you guys, I know your regulars haven't played, but through 2 weeks, how would you assess what you've seen up front from your offensive and defensive line?
Yeah, I mean, I just addressed that with the guys. I mean, we're going to have some physical practice this week, Todd. We need to play more physical. I know we're more physical than that. Again, how do you do that? Well, you do that by having padded practices, and you do that by having your run drills and things like that. And we're not going to change who we are. We're not going to sit there and say, okay, hey, well, we're not a physical team. I'm not ready to say that right now. I don't think that that's the answer. I think we're going to be a physical team, and I think we'll show that. But we have to practice that way. We have to have those in our practices, and then bring it into the games.
Second quarter, 4th and 1. You have BB and Booker in there, guys who will be starters for you. Yet you ran to the left, behind your, Nate Thomas, who makes.
Yeah, that ball's supposed to cut back. It's an inside zone run play that's actually supposed to cut back behind the B block of Book and those guys. We got a little bit of penetration on the front side there. They were zeroed out. They were cover 0. But the ball's supposed to cut back behind those guys. It's an inside zone play that should wrap back.
I know you probably have to look at some of the tape, but Booker's play overall.
Yeah, I thought, again, I didn't notice him as hard with some of the interior linemen. You guys probably saw it better than I did. But I will say I felt like some of the young guys played really well. I thought Shamar James played really, really well. I noticed him. I think, like you said, Book, played good. I thought Damone, who's really not a young player, he seemed like he was flying all over the place. So there's always positives that come from this. And that's what I told the guys. I said, look, it's not good when you lose both halves. Really you should win at least a half in these preseason games. And disappointed that we didn't. But we're going to get back to work and look for solutions.
John Machado with The Athletic, you had several veteran players playing this game that didn't play in the first one. How do you just kind of generally go about figuring out why play, let's say, like Kyrie Elam and Jack Sanborn and not like Kenneth Murray?
Yeah, if they're younger players, you want to get them anywhere from 10 to 15 snaps is what you're thinking. Kyrie's new, Sanborn's, a younger player, where K9's played, a lot of football. So it's usually based off experience. And then for some of the guys, it's just, we want to get them out there and let them play a few snaps. Again, we let all of our guys go through pregame warmups. That was a big part of it for us. We wanted to get Dak and CD and all those guys, to go through the pregame warmups. We think that that's important. So the first time that they do it is not, in a regular season game. But it's a formula based on how much football they've played.
And then, I don't know, the TV cameras kind of caught you where, probably reading too much in this, but it kind of looked like you were annoyed by the way that they're measuring with the sticks now, virtually or whatever. Does that have any impact on you, or do you think it will as you're calling the game and the time it takes?
Well, the technology is definitely different. It's new. It's on a watch now, which is unique. It sounds like it's, those type of issues are happening kind of around the league right now, but it's preseason. Just like the league office isn't going to panic that their system's not working. It's the preseason, just like we're not going to panic, and we're not pushing the panic button. We're pushing the work button, and that's what we're going to do. And we'll get in tomorrow and watch the film, make the corrections. We'll see some guys that probably separated themselves from a evaluation process, which is great for them. And we'll start to, build the week's plan.
Nick Harris, Fort Worth Star-Telegram. How much did your offensive reps have to change given the time of possession difference in the first half?
Well, again, the thing that I thought we would run the ball better, Nick. I really did. I thought we could run the ball a little bit better, give them some credit. They did a nice job. But really, you try not to press. I thought the defense did a really good job keeping the game to whatever it was. I think, Booth's interception was awesome. It was so great to see him do that. It was a one-score game, I think, late in the second quarter. So there really wasn't much panic. But, we got a couple turnovers on defense, and then we turned it over on offense. We get the one sudden change, which we talked about this, all week in terms of can you gather that momentum. The defense gets the fumble, I think, right? And the very first play, we throw an interception. So those are the things you can't do. I think we had the ball around midfield, and Joe knew it right when he came off. I think you guys probably saw it. He took immediate accountability, went over and was talking to the receivers about it, and that's what I love about the guy.
I guess offensively specifically, is it tougher to really evaluate whenever there's only so many given reps? Booker was playing into the third quarter. That's probably not what y'all anticipated, right?
Yeah, no. But again, there's a number count we were trying to get, and when you don't get as many opportunities, you're going to have to, get the numbers that you want. I think we had him slated for like 20 to 25 plays. I'm not sure exactly what his numbers were, but again, it's a chance for us to get him some live reps that he needs.
Any initial look on Jonathan Mingo?
No. Again, we got a number of guys banged up, and we'll get some testing on those guys tomorrow. But number of guys got banged up. We had to throw a lot of moving parts at corner. We had to put Booth back in the game, some things like that. So we got dinged up pretty good out there.
Tommy Yarsh, DallasCowboys.com. You've talked about getting a quarterback settled into a game when you start with a safety, and then you mentioned the interception after getting one defensively. What goes into resettling a quarterback into the game when you have stuff like that happen? How do you kind of get him back into those situations?
Well, again, you number one, you always continue to have trust in him. I think you saw the third down and long play. We took the shot. He hit the Mingo. And then, unfortunately, we hit a big play, and then we try to, get the ball on the perimeter. We shoot ourselves in the foot. But really, for a young quarterback, it's about stacking plays, Tommy. You know what I'm saying? It's about, okay, get a streak of completions going. Okay, get a completion. Okay, I get 2 completions, then get 3. Then, okay, I missed one. Okay, then start.
Now, y'all might not remember, but I was saying this the first game about Joe Milton. One of the things that you got to do to settle him down is get him some easy throws, easy completions, roll him out, get him some screens, get him some underneath stuff. But the problem I saw with Joe Milton, Joe doesn't have a settle down problem, and that's the thing they're going to have to face. Joe doesn't have a settle down problem. Joe can't control his arm. He just doesn't have a touch on the ball. He just doesn't have one. And that doesn't mean he's never going to get one, but he doesn't have a touch on the ball. It's nothing to do with what they're kind of saying or selling him down. You know, he talked about a rhythm. Brian's going to have to be honest with himself. The rhythm was broken by Joe. The rhythm wasn't the offense. I can't remember where he was really under pressure. Where was he under pressure? He wasn't under pressure. No, he just didn't make the throws. And they're going to have to accept that. And, you know, Brian said, you know, they were asking him, you know, do you believe if Dak goes down, one of these guys can be the backup quarterback? He said, we have to believe it. No, you don't. Why do you have to believe it? Why do you have to believe it? You could just literally say, Jerry, we don't have the quarterback that we need. If Dak was to go down, let's kind of be looking. Can we start looking and see what shakes down over the next few weeks? And if there's someone better out there, let's bring them in. Throw Joe Milton on the practice squad. Leave Will Greer in there as a third. And if you got somebody better, bring him in as a second. But you don't have to say you have to believe it. The Cowboys are really banking on Dak staying healthy, and I am too. I'm banking on it. I'm praying and I'm banking on Dak staying healthy. And I think that's the Cowboys' hope this year too. He's got to stay healthy.
A new streak, okay? And I think what you find when you do that is they kind of work themselves into a good rhythm, and they feel with a lot more confidence when they're able to do that. So we're going to continue to trust Joe, and again, made some great throws, and you know, again, the interception is the first thing that jumps out at me. You know, I mean, I wish he'd have that one back.
Gilman Henderson, Gilmer Mirror. Coach, do you feel like now, you mentioned some of these guys separated themselves a little bit tonight. Do you feel like where you need to be looking to that final preseason game to make the cuts on Friday night's game?
You know, I want to watch the film. I think, you know, that's only fair to these players to say, let's watch the film and see kind of, you know, where we are. But, yes, do I believe that that's the case? I do think a few guys took major steps today. What I don't get a chance to see a lot of is the special teams, and that's very critical when you talk about constructing your roster and things like that. So I want to definitely see the film. But, again, I think there were some guys that I thought, you know, did a really nice job tonight. And once we see the film, we'll have a better idea.
All righty, thank you.
Thanks, guys.
Right, we got to see it.
Staying connected matters.
Yeah. Man, I'm telling you, this is a tough part of football to me, if you ask me. This is a tough part of football, to lose a game, and then you have to come right after that game and start talking about the game. I think it's really tough to do that, especially when you probably don't feel like doing it. And so I just hope Brian masters the art, because Brian says he's very transparent. But I hope Brian also masters the art of not saying so much. Just don't give up so much. That way you don't have to worry about people trying to hold your feet to the fire. Because if y'all have not noticed, they're holding Brian Schottenheimer's feet to the fire. They've been listening to all this stuff he's been saying, and now they're holding his feet to the fire. Eternal Dynasty, appreciate that super chat. He says, Coach said, yeah, you know what? I noticed this. Coach said he wants to practice physical. I mentioned this early in the stream. He wants to be physical, but he kicked Bell. He kicked Bell out of practice for hitting too hard. That's what Jesse Holly called him out on. He said this guy isn't true to his word. And again, guys, I think Brian is going to be fine. But I think Brian's going to realize that he doesn't have, these are not quite the answers that he thinks they think they are. Because I didn't see a physical, y'all correct me if I'm wrong. I didn't see a physical problem tonight. I didn't see a physical problem. Now, the interior part of our defensive line, we already know it's broken because I think we need a better one tech there. But it didn't seem like, though, that the Cowboys were not playing physical. I didn't see that part. I didn't see that part of them not playing physical. But I just think their biggest issue is, because again, we're talking about the second team. I think the first team is fine. I think Brian believes the first team is fine. I think this is why Brian is just kind of like, you know what? I understand y'all asking all these questions, but at the end of the day, when I unleash my first team out there on the Eagles on that Thursday night, y'all gonna see exactly what I'm talking about. But I don't know if the physicality was the issue. I just thought the defense got wore out because they stayed out there too long. All right, appreciate that, Eternal Dynasty. R-Dub, appreciate that super chat. R-Dub said send Milton to the Browns. They need another quarterback. What would that be, number 6? That would be number 6. Man, it might even be. Man, it might be number 7 for them boys. Boy, they got quarterbacks galore over in Cleveland, man. Boy, they got Boy, they ain't no team. I don't know if there's a team ever had more quarterbacks than the Cleveland Browns, boy. Those boys rocking, 5 quarterbacks now? Man, he be number 6. They welcome him, too. He be right at home over there. He would definitely be right at home. Let me read a couple of comments before I get up out of here, boy. Boy, I appreciate y'all rocking with me tonight. Daniel M. said something I thought was pretty interesting. Daniel said, I think when you look at the overall grade from the defense in certain positions, the linebackers got an A. I agree. Cornerbacks got a C. I can see that. Safety's got a C minus. I can see that. Defensive tackle. Defensive tackle's got a D minus. I can agree with what you said. Yep, I appreciate that. I can agree with it. Pure Gamer said if they want physical and competitiveness, you stop that seniority thing they're doing and let the best play. Yep. Because I said before, it's kind of contradictory. It's contradictory to talk about competition and you're not letting everybody compete. It's contradictory. It is. All right, guys. Appreciate y'all rocking with me 4 and 5 hours of Cowboys content. Man, let's go. Let's get it. All right, we're going to be back. We'll be back sometime tomorrow night. We'll probably do Cowboys After Dark tonight since I'll be preaching tomorrow. So I might just come back and do Cowboys After Dark. I'm going to repost the post-game portion. I'm going to post... Oh, I didn't even see Angie the Rebel Chicks on here tonight. What's going on, Angie? Didn't see you in here. Angie in the crib. What is going on? Wait a minute. Angie said she might not watch the regular season. Angie, you know you watching the regular season. Stop it. You know you watching that regular season. Good to see you in here tonight. The real Daryl said, gee, what is the plan going into the final preseason game? How do you evaluate your wide receivers when Milton does not give the wide receivers a chance to catch the ball? I think you're going to have to go off of the training camp. I do. I think you're going to have to go off the training camp. I don't see any other way to do it. You're going to have to go after the training camp. And y'all think about this. The Cowboys are literally going to make roster decisions as it pertains to the wide receivers. Let's see. What was Joe Milton tonight? We'll talk about this tomorrow, as a matter of fact. So you telling me off of 1, 2, 4, 7, 8, 9, 10. So you're telling me you're going to evaluate your wide receivers off of 10 receptions? That's crazy. How do you evaluate your wide receivers off of 10 receptions? How do you do it? How do you do it? You're going to evaluate them off of 10 receptions tonight? And I can't even remember what he did last week, but it definitely wasn't nowhere near 20. Golly. Eggs Brown, what's going on again? My sister, the Rebel Chicks, hope all is well. Boy, this is crazy. Gabe, I said the same thing. He makes a lot of excuses for Joe. He makes a lot of excuses for Joe, but they running out. I don't think nobody's believing him. I don't think nobody's believing him. I think everybody's kind of like now, like, oh, no, we ain't believing it. We ain't buying what you're saying about Joe. Good morning, Richard Owens. Appreciate you too, Bam Bam. All right, Antoine Jones, enjoy your night. It's crazy. Ron Hale said, man, when you have Lamborghinis on the first team, meet that second team to be Porsches and not and not hoopties. Yeah, man, we got to really work on this thing, man. We got to work on this thing, Brad Worley. We got to work on it. But hey, guys, I'm still feeling good about the Cowboys. I am going to enjoy this season with y'all. Boy, we're going to have some fun. I'm feeling real good about the Cowboys. The first team guys are going to be okay. I'm still going to hold out hope that I think the Cowboys are going to... I believe the Cowboys are still going to probably make a couple of moves in the next week or two. I think they're going to make a couple of moves. I do. Dagan says, G, before you go to... he said the Cowboys go over to the Star for the practice for free, but the fans are going to have to pay for seats. How are they free if you still got to pay? That's Cowboy logic right there. That's Jerry Jones logic. Newhouse fam said, hey, G, Joe Milton needs some guidance and use this whole season to learn and study film. He needs 2 years. He need 2 years. Cause he just needs reps and he gonna need 2 years. Christian, he said, can we get Deshaun Watson? Man, Jerry, they ain't want to see that. All right, guys, man, I appreciate y'all rocking with me. Angie, the Rebel Chicks, again, good to see you tonight. May God bless you. Appreciate you. Dallas do have great massage parlors. I see you. But again, I appreciate you. I appreciate y'all tonight rocking with me for 5 hours of Cowboy content. We're going to come back and do it again tomorrow night. So, again, until the next time, appreciate you. Daggy boy, you always have me laughing, man. I appreciate you. Right here, man. Until the next time, DC4L, God bless. Let's talk Cowboys. We talk facts. Peace.